What if the very essence of humanity's fate hinged on a man who walked with God yet vanished from the earth? Enoch's name resonates through the ages, shrouded in enigma and steeped in an aura of divine mystery. Long before the floodwaters surged and civilization crumbled, he wandered the earth, a solitary figure with a destiny intertwined with celestial forces. But what compelled him to forsake the world of mortals? Was it wisdom, fear, or a glimpse of the unfathomable? The air crackled with tension as thunder rolled in the distance, echoing the weight of secrets too profound for mere mortals. The ground beneath the feet of those who knew Enoch seemed to tremble with the remnants of his presence, each whisper of wind carrying stories of his unnatural communion with the divine. What did he witness during those ethereal encounters? Was it the haunting beauty of the heavens or the terrifying knowledge of what lay ahead, of a world cloaked in sin, destined for destruction? Shadows flickered in the twilight, a palpable reminder of the dark forces stirring in the periphery of Enoch's life. The whispers among townsfolk grew louder, questions hanging in the air like the prelude to a storm. What had Enoch uncovered that sent him spiraling into a realm beyond human comprehension? The glint in his eye hinted at revelations that defied the limitations of reality, leaving those around him in a state of unease. Yet, even as they watched him walk, it was clear he was never really of this world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the earth, the balance between light and dark swayed precariously. Enoch, the man who transcended mortality, stood at the fulcrum of fate, a bridge between the mundane and the divine. His disappearance was not merely an exit. It was a cosmic event, a celestial resignation that sent ripples through time. What did those left behind feel as they stared into the abyss of his absence? Fear? Longing? A desperate need to understand the mysteries he left unresolved? The clock was ticking. Prophecies hung heavy in the air, ready to unravel, and each tick echoed Enoch's footsteps retreating into the fog of myth. As the skies darkened, the weight of his legacy pressed down on those who clung to his memory, binding them to a fate they could scarcely comprehend. The stakes were rising, and with each moment that passed, the question loomed larger. What truth had Enoch embraced that compelled him to leave behind a world teetering on the brink of chaos? With the last vestiges of daylight fading into obscurity, the stage was set for revelations. Enoch's journey was not merely a tale of ascension. It was a warning, a prelude to a cataclysm that would fracture humanity into light and shadow. And as the night closed in, the pulse of history quickened, beckoning the curious and the brave to confront the chilling unknown. The shadows shifted, and Enoch's story was far from over. It had only just begun. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the ancient landscapes of Mesopotamia, where whispers of gods and men mingled with the winds. In this cradle of civilization, a figure named Enoch walked among the ordinary, yet his presence felt extraordinary. He was a man of faith, a bridge between the earthly and the divine, standing at the crossroads of myth and history, blurring the lines of what was known and what was believed. Enoch's story is woven intricately into the fabric of the ancient Near East, a tapestry rich with the threads of various cultures, beliefs, and tales that shaped the world. The very air was thick with the fragrance of incense burning in temples, where priests chanted hymns to deities like Marduk and Ishtar, their voices rising like smoke toward the heavens. Enoch was not merely an observer. He was a participant in this vibrant narrative, a character shaped by the beliefs and practices of his time. In the bustling city of Ur, where the ziggurat rose tall against the skyline, Enoch would have heard the echo of ancient rites performed in honor of the gods. The stories of creation that spiraled from the lips of the wise cracked open the mysteries of life itself. The Enuma Elish narrated the struggle between cosmic forces, with Marduk defeating chaos to create the world. Enoch, steeped in this environment, felt the pulse of these legends. They were not just tales to him. They were the very essence of existence, the backdrop to his own divine encounters. As the evening fell, villagers gathered around fires to recount legends, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. Creatures with wings and serpentine bodies danced in the shadows of their imaginations, reminiscent of the Nephilim, the giants of old who walked the earth and mingled with humankind. The fear and awe surrounding these beings spoke volumes about the ancients' understanding of the universe. Enoch was drawn into this cosmic drama, a participant in both the earthly realm and the celestial one, his heart beating in rhythm with the stories of the gods and their interactions with mankind. The ancient Sumerians and later Babylonians had cultivated a worldview steeped in spirituality, their lives governed by the whims of gods who demanded respect, offerings, and devotion. Enoch's lineage, tracing back to the line of Seth, set him apart as someone chosen, a living testament to a legacy that was both revered and feared. His lineage was imbued with the belief that righteousness could bring one closer to the divine, a flicker of hope in a world often shadowed by chaos and divine wrath. But it wasn't just the Sumerians who shaped Enoch's world. The influence of the Akkadian Empire cast a long shadow, merging cultures and ideologies. As the stories of the gods spread across borders, they intertwined with the myths of the Canaanites and the Egyptians, each tale morphing and adapting, gathering richness with each retelling. Enoch, while rooted in the traditions of his ancestors, absorbed these diverse influences, creating a unique spiritual tapestry. He was a seeker, yearning to understand the deeper truths hidden beneath the surface of life's fleeting moments. One could imagine him standing by the banks of the Euphrates, contemplating the rushing waters. The river, a symbol of life and death, mirrored the endless cycle of existence itself. Enoch pondered the teachings of the sages, the lessons inscribed on clay tablets that spoke of cosmic order and the balance of the universe. In those quiet moments, he felt the weight of his purpose, a calling to communicate with the divine and share the wisdom of the ages. As twilight descended, the stars blinked into existence, casting their silvery light upon the earth. Enoch, gazing upward, felt a pull, a magnetic connection to the celestial bodies that had guided countless generations. The ancient Egyptians saw the stars as the eyes of their gods, and the Babylonians charted their courses, believing that celestial movements foretold earthly events. Enoch, inspired by these beliefs, found solace in the heavenly bodies, interpreting their movements as messages from the divine. He felt that he was not alone in this vast universe. There were forces watching, guiding, and perhaps even challenging him. In the sacred groves, away from prying eyes, Enoch would often commune with these forces, longing for enlightenment. The rituals of sacrifice, the offerings laid at the feet of altars, were not mere traditions. They were gateways to the divine, opportunities to connect with the unseen world. He felt the weight of the incense thick in the air, the sound of his heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of the universe as he whispered prayers that were both personal and profound. The ancient wisdom of his ancestors flowed through him, the chants of priests echoing in his mind, a symphony of faith that resonated deep within his soul. Each passing day brought Enoch closer to the truth that seemed just within reach, a truth shaped by the collective consciousness of the ancient Near East. He was a man of the people, yet he felt the stirring of something greater within him, a divine spark igniting his spirit. The tales of heroes and gods filled his heart with yearning, the desire to transcend the limitations of earthly existence and touch the divine. Yet, with this yearning came a tumult of emotions. Enoch felt the tension between the mundane and the extraordinary, the weight of expectations from his community pressing down like a heavy mantle. They sought wisdom, a glimpse of the divine through his eyes, yet the path was fraught with peril. The ancient texts spoke of the fate of those who dared to reach too high or question too deeply, the consequences often dire for those who sought the forbidden knowledge of the heavens. But Enoch, undeterred, found strength in the very stories that shaped his world. With every myth, he felt the pulse of history, the lives of those who came before him echoing in his heart. He was a beacon of hope in a world that often seemed dark and chaotic, a reminder that the divine was not just distant, but could be encountered in the everyday moments of life. Each encounter with the divine pushed him further, igniting a fire within that refused to dim. With every passing day, Enoch felt time slipping through his fingers, the urgency of his mission pressing down upon him. A cosmic dance was unfolding, and he was a vital part of it. The legends spoke of a great reckoning, a time when the heavens would open, and the boundaries between the divine and humanity would blur. Enoch sensed that he stood on the precipice of this moment, the weight of the ancient world resting upon his shoulders, beckoning him to take that fateful leap into the unknown. And so, the winds of change began to blow, carrying whispers of Enoch's name across the valleys and hills, a call to those who sought truth and understanding. As the stars twinkled above, an unseen force began to stir, foreshadowing a transformation that would ripple through time and space, forever altering the course of humanity's relationship with the divine. Enoch was on the brink of something monumental, a journey that would intertwine his fate with the very essence of creation itself. The tension mounted, and the stage was set for the next chapter of his extraordinary existence. In a world where shadows danced between the strands of time, there existed a man whose life was touched by eternity itself. Enoch, a name whispered in reverence, lived in a land where the air thrummed with the hopes and fears of humanity. Born into an age where wickedness and virtue clashed fiercely, he walked among his kin, yet his heart beat to a different rhythm. A profound connection pulsed between him and the divine, an invisible thread that bound him to a fate far beyond mortal understanding. As night fell over the earth, Enoch would often venture out under the vast expanse of twinkling stars, their brilliance reflecting the light of his unwavering spirit. He would gaze upward, feeling small yet significant, as if he were a note in a grand symphony composed by a creator whose presence loomed large in the cosmos. Each breath he took was filled with the whispers of ancient truths, secrets carried by the wind, urging him to listen, to understand. His days were woven with the fabric of righteousness, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding him. Enoch was no ordinary man. He possessed an unquenchable thirst for knowledge and a heart that yearned for justice. The people around him were lost in their own shadows, consumed by greed and violence. Yet Enoch stood firm, a beacon of hope in a world enveloped by darkness. He preached the importance of kindness, urging others to turn away from their wicked ways. Still, the laughter of the unrighteous echoed in the distance, mocking the light he sought to ignite in their souls. The moment of change came like a clap of thunder on a still day. One fateful evening, while Enoch prayed fervently beneath the starlit sky, a presence enveloped him. It was not just a feeling but a reality that shook the very core of his being. A voice, gentle yet powerful, resonated within him, calling his name with a familiarity that sent shivers down his spine. "Enoch," it said, "walk with me." The invitation was simple yet monumental. Enoch stepped forward, crossing the threshold between the mundane and the sacred. He left behind the world filled with chaos, the noise of a defiant humanity fading into silence. In that moment, he became a wanderer of the divine, traversing realms unseen and unimagined. Every step he took was a journey into the unknown, a passage filled with awe and terror, exhilaration and dread. What awaited him was beyond human comprehension. Enoch walked alongside angels, beings radiant and fearsome, their wings unfurling like storms across the heavens. They guided him through fiery skies and shimmering landscapes, where time itself became a mere illusion. The beauty was overwhelming, yet it filled him with a profound sadness for those he left behind, those who chose to remain shackled to their earthly desires. Each encounter with the celestial was a revelation, peeling back the layers of existence. He learned of the intricate balance between good and evil, the eternal struggle that defined the very fabric of creation. Enoch listened intently as the angels shared secrets of the universe, their voices harmonizing like a masterful choir. He felt the weight of their wisdom, pressing against his heart, filling his soul with yearning and unease. His heart raced as he witnessed visions of judgment, scenes of humanity laid bare before the throne of the Almighty. Enoch saw the wickedness of men mirrored in their actions, their choices echoing through eternity. Fear gripped him as he understood the consequences of their sins, the irrevocable path they had chosen. Yet, within that fear lay a flicker of hope, a glimmer of redemption for the righteous, a promise intertwined with the fabric of justice. Days turned into what felt like lifetimes, as Enoch continued his celestial pilgrimage. He entered realms of unimaginable beauty and terror, visiting the very gates of heaven and the abyss of despair. His heart, once heavy with worry for his people, now radiated with the light of understanding. He was transformed, a bridge between the divine and the earthbound, a living testament to the power of faith and devotion. But the winds of destiny continued to howl, whispering of a time when Enoch's journey would take an unexpected turn. As he grasped the knowledge bestowed upon him, a sense of urgency grew within him. He was not merely an observer. He was a messenger, tasked with sharing the revelations he had received. The weight of this mission pressed down upon him like a mountain, both exhilarating and daunting. With the angels by his side, Enoch prepared to return to the world he once knew. The very thought of confronting his kin filled him with trepidation. How could he explain the wonders he had witnessed? How could he open their eyes to the truths that lay beyond their understanding? The images of his people, lost in their darkness, haunted him. The laughter that had once mocked him now echoed with a deeper sorrow, and he realized that his purpose was not just to enlighten, but to awaken the dormant seeds of righteousness within their hearts. As he descended back to earth, Enoch felt the weight of his new knowledge press against him, a treasure too precious and fragile to be ignored. His heart raced as he anticipated the moment he would stand before his people, the joy of sharing the light battling against the fear of rejection. Would they listen? Would they understand? Or would they cast him aside as they had before, blind to the truth he carried? The air crackled with energy as Enoch approached the familiar landscapes of his homeland, the horizon painted in hues of dawn. The sun rose slowly, casting golden rays across the earth, illuminating a path that lay ahead, one filled with uncertainty and hope. It was a path he was destined to walk, a journey he couldn't turn away from. And so he stepped forward, a man reborn amidst the chaos of a world that desperately needed his light. The winds whispered of change, of transformation that was yet to come. Enoch's heart swelled with the weight of his calling, as he prepared to shake the very foundations of the beliefs held by those around him. Little did they know, the tale of Enoch was only just beginning, with every heartbeat echoing the promise of what was to come. The air crackled with a tension that seemed to pulse through the very earth, whispering of ancient secrets and long-forgotten stories. It was a time when the world was still young, and shadows of giants danced across the land. In the midst of this raw, untamed reality stood a man named Enoch, a figure caught between the fading light of innocence and the looming darkness of despair. Enoch was not just any man. He was the seventh generation from the first human, Adam. Imagine the weight of that lineage, the burden of a legacy that had begun with the breath of life itself. Adam, formed from dust, had walked with God in the cool of the day, but as time marched forward, the warmth of that divine companionship grew distant, obscured by sin and sorrow. Enoch, with his heart ablaze for the truth, carried within him the echoes of that divine whisper, urging him to stand apart from the chaos surrounding him. The world Enoch inhabited was one steeped in violence and corruption. People turned from the Creator, their hearts hardened like stone. The laughter of children faded as fear took root in communities that once thrived on faith. It was a landscape where darkness reigned. Yet in the midst of this turmoil, Enoch chose to walk in a different way, a way that set him apart. His feet tread lightly on the earth, guided by an unwavering conviction that there was still hope, still a flicker of light in the encroaching shadows. Every step Enoch took was a defiance against the tide of wickedness. He was a beacon in the night, his voice echoing the words of the Almighty. Enoch preached. He spoke of righteousness, of returning to the ways of the Creator. He called for repentance, urging those around him to turn from their wickedness. Each word dripped with passion, a desperate plea from a heart that knew the truth of the coming reckoning. But as he spoke, the shadows loomed larger, and few listened. As the days turned into years, Enoch's faith deepened. It was during one of those quiet, contemplative nights, under a tapestry of stars, that he felt the presence of God draw near. In those moments of communion, Enoch was given glimpses, visions of what lay ahead. The world, as he knew it, would not endure much longer. The whispers spoke of a flood, a cleansing that would wash away the iniquity that had taken root in the hearts of men. The dread of this revelation filled him with an urgency, and he understood that he must share this message. He had a son, Methuselah, whose name meant his death shall bring. It was a name laden with foreboding, a proclamation of the judgment to come. How bittersweet it was for Enoch to gaze upon his son, knowing that his very life was intertwined with the fate of the world. With every birthday candle blown out, Enoch's heart grew heavier. As Methuselah grew, so did the weight of the warning he bore, the knowledge that when his son passed, the flood would follow. Years passed, and as the world spiraled deeper into chaos, Enoch's resolve only strengthened. He stood firm against the tide. The people mocked him, laughed at his warnings. Their hearts so hardened they could not see the truth that lay before them. But Enoch did not waver. He remained steadfast, a lone figure amidst the rising storm. In a moment of clarity, he gathered his family, recounting the tales of their forefather, Adam, the beauty of creation, and the bond mankind once held with their Creator. Enoch spoke of the beauty of the garden, of innocence lost to the clutches of sin, and together they wept for the world that had been, for the love that had faded. His words ignited a flicker of hope in his family, a hope that perhaps they could still choose a different path, that perhaps they could escape the fate that awaited so many. But fate was not so easily diverted. The earth groaned under the weight of human sin, and Enoch's heart ached as he watched those around him slip further into moral decay. They celebrated violence, indulging in their desires, blind to the danger that loomed. Enoch felt the urgency swell within him. He had to find a way to save his family from the flood that was destined to come. In the quiet of the night, while the stars bore witness, Enoch stepped outside of his familiar world. He found solace in the groves of trees that whispered sacred secrets. There, amidst the rustling leaves, he surrendered to the will of the Almighty. The air grew thick with presence, and Enoch was enveloped in the divine promise of protection. God spoke to him, urging him to prepare for what was to come. "Build an ark," the voice said, "for a new beginning shall emerge. With every hammer strike, every plank set in place, Enoch poured his heart into the ark. It was a testament of faith, a physical manifestation of his unwavering belief that salvation was possible. The labor was grueling, yet each drop of sweat was a prayer. Each nail driven was a declaration that he would not abandon the hope that flickered in the darkness. As he toiled alone, the world around him continued to spiral into chaos. The mocking voices grew louder, but Enoch remained undeterred. He clung to the promise of what was to come, a future that could be redeemed. His eyes, once filled with tears for the lost, now glimmered with the anticipation of a new dawn, even as the shadows encroached ever closer. And then, one fateful day, Methuselah grew weak. The sun cast long shadows as Enoch knelt by his son's bedside, holding his hand, feeling the pulse of life begin to fade. The air thickened with unspoken words, with the burden of a father's heart. Enoch knew the flood was imminent. Each breath, each moment, felt heavy with the knowledge of what lay ahead. The walls of time were closing in, the echoes of judgment reverberating in the stillness of the room. As Methuselah breathed his last, a profound silence enveloped the earth. The moment was a turning point, a fracture in the timeline of humanity. Enoch lifted his gaze to the heavens, tears streaming down his face, understanding that the time of reckoning had come. The heavens would soon open, the great waters would rise, and all that had been would be washed away in a deluge of mercy and judgment. With a heart throbbing with both grief and hope, Enoch turned to the task at hand. His family gathered around him, each one carrying the weight of their own fears and love for one another. They were the last bastions of faith in a world that had lost its way. Together, they stood before the ark, a sanctuary amidst an impending storm, with hearts intertwined in faith and love. The winds of change began to howl, and the first drops of rain fell, marking the beginning of the end and the ushering in of a new beginning. In a world heavy with shadows, where whispers of forgotten tales hung in the air like ancient fog, there lived a man whose very existence danced with the divine. Enoch, a name that echoed through the ages, walked not merely on the earth but with God, a relationship so profound it sent ripples through the fabric of time. His story isn't just a tale of faith. It is a testament to the extraordinary bond between man and the Creator, a narrative steeped in emotion and historical significance that stirs the heart and ignites the spirit. The sun dipped low in the sky, painting the horizon in hues of orange and crimson, casting an otherworldly glow over the land. Enoch, with his eyes gleaming like stars, roamed through the valleys and hills of ancient Mesopotamia. It was a time when men and women strived to understand the cosmos, when their hearts were heavy with unanswered questions. Yet Enoch seemed to float above the turmoil. He didn't just exist. He thrived, wrapped in an embrace that transcended the mundane. What set Enoch apart was not merely his righteous acts or the wisdom he shared, but the profound intimacy of his walk with God. Unlike others who sought the divine in temples or rituals, Enoch found solace in simple moments: the rustling of leaves, the gentle caress of the wind. He spoke to God as one would to a dear friend, sharing his hopes, fears, and dreams. This sacred communion became the essence of his life, a beacon of light that pierced through the darkness of a world increasingly filled with chaos and despair. As the years passed, the weight of humanity's sins grew heavier. The cries of the lost and the broken could be heard echoing through the ages, a symphony of suffering that reached God's ears. Enoch understood this pain, for he lived in the midst of it. He was not untouched by the struggles of life. Rather, it fueled his desire to connect with the divine. His heart beat in sync with the throbbing pulse of the earth and the heavens. In the quiet of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the vast sky, Enoch would often find himself in deep communion with God. It was in these moments that the weight of his mission became clear. He was not just a man. He was a bridge, a link between the heavens and earth. His walk with God was a loving reminder that even in a world drowning in darkness, hope could shine bright. This wasn't just about righteousness. It was about relationship, about understanding the heart of God and reflecting it back into a broken world. Word of Enoch's unique relationship with God began to spread, gradually weaving through the fabric of society. People began to feel drawn to him, not out of fear or obligation, but out of a profound longing to grasp a fraction of what he had. They marveled at his wisdom, his kindness, and the way his very presence seemed to radiate peace. Enoch became a shepherd to his people, guiding them toward the light, urging them to seek a connection with the Creator. But this calling came with its own challenges. Not everyone embraced Enoch's message. The hearts of many were hardened, and the shadows of disbelief loomed large. Skepticism turned to hostility as Enoch's unwavering faith began to disturb the status quo. The whispers of dissent grew louder, but his resolve only strengthened. He sensed that the world was on the brink of destruction, a reckoning that would shatter lives and dreams. Enoch's heart ached for those who would not seek the light, and he prayed with fervor, hoping to inspire even the most hardened souls. With each passing day, his conversations with God deepened. Enoch found himself receiving visions, revelations that spoke of a time beyond understanding, a divine plan woven into the tapestry of existence. The weight of these messages pressed upon him, filling him with both urgency and trepidation. He yearned to share these truths, to warn his people, yet he also feared the rejection that often accompanied such proclamations. Amidst the struggle, a moment of clarity washed over him. On a fateful evening, the air crackled with anticipation. Enoch climbed a hill, the sun bowing down to the horizon as he poured out his soul to God. In that sacred place, he felt a warmth envelop him, a love that transcended all boundaries. It was in this moment that he realized the true significance of his walk with God. It was not just about avoiding the impending judgment, but about embodying the love and grace that God extended to humanity. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he pleaded for mercy on behalf of his people. The weight of their sins and the burden of their choices hung heavy in the air, but he understood that God's heart yearned for reconciliation. Enoch walked back down the hill with renewed purpose. He was determined to be a voice of hope, a beacon guiding others toward the love that had transformed his own life. As he shared his revelations, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Some listened, their hearts stirred by the passion in his voice, while others scoffed, their skepticism morphing into anger. The lines were drawn, and friendships frayed. Yet, Enoch pressed on, undeterred by the storm brewing around him. His heart was anchored in the assurance that the walk he shared with God was not in vain. It was a testament to a love that sought to redeem, to heal, and to bring the lost home. The days turned into weeks, and the whispers of danger grew closer. Enoch could sense the mounting hostility, feel the glares of those who refused to believe. Still, he remained steadfast. His walk with God had become a source of strength, a reservoir of courage that fueled his every step. Even in the face of growing darkness, he clung to the light, knowing that, in time, the truth he carried would come to bear witness. In the depth of his spirit, Enoch felt something monumental looming on the horizon. The knowledge that he was chosen for something greater than himself resonated deep within his soul. His walk with God was not just a blessing. It was a calling, and the world needed him to rise. The tension of anticipation hung thick in the air, and the heart of history began to beat with the promise of what was to come. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow across the ancient hills of Jerusalem. Shadows stretched long, whispering secrets of a time when the line between heaven and earth blurred. In this fragile twilight, one figure stood alone, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders, a prophet named Enoch. His heart raced, not from fear, but from the heavy burden of messages yet unspoken, revelations that would echo through the ages. Enoch felt the pull of the divine, urgent, electric, and undeniable. His voice, a mere echo of the silent mountains, carried the weight of truth that few were prepared to hear. The heavens had opened before him, sharing visions of a future woven with both beauty and despair. Each revelation he received struck him like a bolt of lightning, fierce and illuminating. He gazed into the vastness of the sky, where stars flickered like distant memories, each one a reminder of the vast cosmic dance of creation and destruction. As Enoch walked the rugged paths of his homeland, he met with men whose hearts were hardened, men who sacrificed their own humanity for power and wealth. They needed to know. They had to hear the warnings that gripped him, warnings of a great flood that would sweep away the wicked, of a divine judgment that would bring their arrogance crashing down. He spoke to them not with anger but with sorrow, his voice trembling with emotion. "Repent," he pleaded. "The heavens cry out for justice. Turn back, or face the storm that is coming." But the people laughed. They scoffed at the outsider, the man who claimed to walk with God, their dismissive chuckles echoing in Enoch's ears like the tolling of a death knell. He stood alone against a tide of disbelief, yet he did not waver. His visions showed him the beauty of creation, the harmony of the universe, and the love of the Creator who had entrusted him with such profound knowledge. Enoch's nights were filled with vivid dreams, where angels adorned in radiant light spoke to him in tongues of fire. They unveiled celestial wisdom, revealing the mysteries of the heavens. "You are the scribe of righteousness," they told him. "Record what you see, for the world is blind to the path it treads." Each message was a thread, weaving together the tapestry of existence, and Enoch became its weaver, filled with a fervor that transcended mere words. On one fateful evening, as the stars twinkled with a knowing glint, Enoch found himself atop a great mountain, where the air was thick with anticipation. There, he encountered the angel Uriel, whose presence radiated an indescribable power. "Your heart is pure, Enoch," Uriel declared, the sound like rolling thunder. "The Most High has chosen you to be a harbinger of truth." Enoch's heart swelled with awe, for he understood now that he was more than a prophet. He was a bridge between realms, a messenger destined to carry the weighty words of the Almighty. The messages became more urgent, each one demanding to be shared with the world below. Enoch descended the mountain, his soul aflame with purpose, driven by an inner fire that could not be extinguished. He warned of fallen angels who had descended upon the earth, seducing humanity with promises of power and knowledge. They taught forbidden secrets, corrupting the hearts of men, leading them away from the light. "The time has come," he shouted. "Repent, lest you fall into the snares of darkness." Yet, The people turned their backs, their hearts dulled by pride and desire. Enoch felt the weight of despair press upon him, but he would not falter. With each message, he found strength in the visions that came in the stillness of the night. The secrets of the universe unfurled before him. The stars danced, the earth trembled, and the winds carried the cries of the faithful. He wrote furiously, etching down every word, every image, each revelation a lifeline thrown to a drowning world. In his writings, he spoke of a coming age, where the righteous would be lifted up, and the wicked would be cast down. He painted scenes of celestial judgment, filled with both terror and hope. The Son of Man will come, he warned, with a host of angels, bringing justice to the earth. Enoch wept as he penned these words, feeling the weight of his own inadequacy. How could he convey such truths to a people so lost in their own desires? His heart ached with compassion for those who would reject his words. He saw families torn apart, children lost to the chaos of greed and ambition. He envisioned a world where love and kindness reigned, where humanity would finally understand the beauty of creation. But the shadows of disbelief loomed large, and doubt gnawed at his resolve. Could he truly change the course of history with his messages of revelation, or would they be lost to the winds of time? Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, Enoch sensed a presence looming at the edges of his visions. It was the shadow of history, a reminder of the great flood that awaited the unrepentant. He shuddered at the thought of the waters rising, of the cries of the lost echoing through the ages. His heart raced with urgency as he scribbled the words of warning, each letter infused with the passion of his soul. "Hope is not lost," he wrote fiercely. "For those who turn back will find grace." But the laughter continued, mocking him, drowning out his cries. And yet, within the depths of despair, Enoch discovered a flicker of hope. A divine spark ignited within him. Perhaps his messages would not be understood in his time, but they would transcend the ages, waiting for those who sought truth and light. As he stood on the precipice of despair and hope, a new revelation unfolded before him. The unyielding belief that even in darkness, light would find a way to shine. And so, Enoch continued, a solitary figure against a backdrop of indifference, pen in hand, heart ablaze with the fire of prophecy. His messages soared into the heavens, intertwining with the stars, shimmering like a beacon for all who would dare to listen. The echo of his revelations would ripple across time, preparing the hearts of those who would come after, weaving their destinies into a greater purpose. The night grew deeper, and the sky pulsed with an ancient rhythm. Enoch, the prophet, stood resolute against the tides of disbelief, his spirit soaring with the weight of his messages. As the world around him remained oblivious, he could feel the impending storm on the horizon, the clash of righteousness and wickedness growing ever closer. The tales he had recorded would not only serve as warnings, but would also unveil the mysteries of life, woven into the very fabric of humanity's existence, waiting to be revealed when the time was right. In the dim glow of twilight, a figure emerges from the mist, his silhouette sharp against the fading light. Enoch, a man unlike any other, walks with a quiet confidence. He gazes at the heavens, his heart pounding with an urgency that seems to echo through the ages. What secrets does the night sky hold? What whispers of the divine beckon him to seek a deeper truth? As the stars begin to shimmer above, so too does the legacy of Enoch, a name that resonates through the annals of early Jewish literature. His tale is woven into the fabric of sacred texts, a tapestry rich with emotion and meaning. Enoch is not just a mortal. He is an enigmatic bridge between the earthly and the celestial, a figure of profound significance that stirs the hearts of those who seek to understand the divine. In the Book of Enoch, a collection of ancient writings that once lay hidden from the world, his encounters with angels reveal the vast chasm between humanity and the divine. Enoch strides through the celestial realms, conversing with powerful beings whose very presence ignites the atmosphere with electricity. His heart races as he learns of the mysteries of creation, of the cosmic battles between light and darkness, and of the fate awaiting the unrighteous. Every word he hears is like a spark, igniting a fire of understanding within him. Yet, it is not just the grand narratives that grip the reader. Enoch's personal struggle touches a chord of vulnerability, reminding one of the delicate balance between faith and doubt. In the shadows of his mind, doubt creeps in like a thief, whispering insidious questions. Can a mere mortal truly comprehend the divine? What does it mean to be chosen? Why was he, of all people, granted such a glimpse into the sacred? Each question pulls him beneath the waves of uncertainty, yet he presses forward, driven by an insatiable hunger for understanding. As Enoch journeys deeper, he encounters the fallen angels, the Watchers, whose rebellion against the divine order sets off a chain of events that echoes through time. The weight of their transgressions hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension that grips the very essence of creation. Enoch's heart aches for their lost glory, torn between the beauty he sees in their once glorious forms and the darkness that now envelopes them. He becomes their reluctant messenger, bearing the burden of their cries for redemption, his own heart heavy with the fate of their souls. The heavens seem to open as he returns to earth, bringing with him the knowledge that will change the course of history. Enoch's prophetic voice resonates through the ages, calling out to the generations that follow. His words are not mere echoes of the past. They are a clarion call to awaken the spirits of those who have lost their way. The legacy of Enoch transforms into a universal message, a reminder that the divine speaks not in silence, but in the voices of the faithful. Tension builds as his prophecies unfold, warning of impending judgment, urging humanity to turn from wickedness. His heart races with fear and hope, knowing that his message might be lost amidst the clamor of a world unwilling to listen. The air is thick with the scent of despair as he witnesses the struggles of his people, their hearts hardened against the truth he bears. Enoch feels the weight of their suffering, a visceral pain that echoes in the chambers of his soul. In the depths of his anguish, Enoch stands tall, determined to be a beacon of light even in the darkest of times. He ponders the nature of faith. What does it mean to believe in a world that often feels chaotic and unforgiving? He finds solace in the thought that even the smallest act of kindness can ripple through the fabric of existence, igniting change in the most unexpected ways. Each step he takes is a declaration, a testament to the power of hope against despair. As he reaches the pinnacle of his revelations, the boundaries between heaven and earth blur, and Enoch finds himself in a profound moment of communion with the divine. It is here, in the sacred space between the known and the unknown, that he feels the pulse of the universe. The stars swirl above him, dancing in rhythm with the heartbeat of creation itself. For a fleeting moment, he understands that he is part of something far greater than himself, a thread in the vast tapestry of existence. Yet, this epiphany does not come without sacrifice. Enoch knows the price of his revelations, the burden of truth that will isolate him from his own kin. The visions he shares provoke fear and suspicion among those who do not understand, who recoil at the notion of divine judgment. His heart aches as he witnesses their rejection, the coldness that settles over his people like a shroud. The isolation is profound. It cuts deeper than any blade, leaving him in a world where he is both revered and reviled. In the moments of solitude that follow, Enoch reflects on the nature of his calling. He is both guardian and messenger, a paradox that keeps him awake at night. His dreams are haunted by visions of the future, a glimpse of a world that can be saved, yet one that also teeters on the brink of destruction. As he ponders these weighty truths, time seems to stand still, stretching like a taut string ready to snap. The emotional turbulence swells within him, a storm of longing and dread. Yet Enoch's resolve remains unyielding. He writes, pouring out his soul onto the pages of his sacred texts, infusing them with the love and urgency that courses through his veins. Each word is a plea, a prayer for awakening. He knows that his legacy will transcend time, that one day, his words will reach those who hunger for truth and solace. The ink flows like lifeblood, and with every stroke, he binds himself to the past, present, and future, creating a bridge that will connect generations. Outside, the night grows darker, but within Enoch, a fire burns brighter than ever. The next steps are uncertain, the path shrouded in fog, but he will not falter. He is the voice of the unseen, the herald of change, and as he lifts his gaze to the sky, he knows that the heavens are listening. The echoes of his journey ripple through time, weaving a narrative that defies the boundaries of existence. And so, as the stars twinkle above, the saga of Enoch continues, leaving the reader on the precipice of wonder and revelation. The heavy weight of destiny looms, inviting yet more questions to be asked, more truths to be uncovered. The very air hums with possibility, and the story, rich with emotion and tension, flows seamlessly onward, a testament to Enoch's enduring legacy that will linger long after the last word is read. In a shadowy corner of an ancient library, a leather-bound book lay waiting, its pages yellowed and fragile, whispers of forgotten knowledge trapped within. The Book of Enoch, a name that sent shivers down the spines of scholars and seekers alike, held secrets that echoed through time, a connection to a world both profound and terrifying. It was more than just a text. It was a bridge to a universe where divine beings mingled with men, where the lines between heaven and earth blurred, and where the weight of transgression hung like a thick fog in the air. The origins of this enigmatic work can be traced back to a time when the earth was still young, and the skies were alive with the songs of angels. The Book of Enoch is believed to have been composed during the 2nd century BCE to the 1st century CE, a tumultuous period when the Jewish people faced oppression and uncertainty under foreign rule. But who was Enoch, this mysterious figure whose name echoed through the pages like a heartbeat? In an era where oral traditions held the power to shape belief, Enoch emerged as a luminary, a patriarch whose life intertwined with the divine. As the narrative unfolded, the shadows of the past came alive. Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah, was said to have walked with God, to have seen the hidden realms of heaven, and to have returned with secrets that could unsettle the very foundations of faith. But who penned these words? Scholars debated fervently, their voices rising and colliding like storm clouds. Was it Enoch himself, guided by divine inspiration, or a collective of authors, each interjecting their own beliefs and concerns into his story? The truth, as always, was elusive. The Book of Enoch is a sprawling work, a collection of visions, prophecies, and teachings that could chill the bone. It was divided into several sections, each presenting its own voice, its own urgency. The astronomical book, the Book of Watchers, the Book of Parables, each chapter pulsed with a different rhythm, drawing the reader into a whirlwind of awe and dread. The Book of Watchers, perhaps the most gripping section, told of the fallen angels, the Watchers, who descended to earth, captivated by the beauty of human women. Their rebellion sparked a cosmic drama that raged across the heavens and the earth, leading to catastrophic consequences. Enoch, acting as an intermediary, confronted these celestial beings, warning them of the impending judgment. The tension was palpable, the stakes impossibly high. Would these angels heed his words, or would they seal their fate with their defiance? To understand the composition, one must peer into the historical context that birthed these narratives. The Jewish community was wrestling with its identity, battling the influences of Hellenistic culture while clinging to its ancient traditions. The Book of Enoch offered solace and structure, a way to process the chaos of the world outside. It was not merely a story. It was a reflection of the hopes, fears, and longings of a people seeking meaning amid despair. The authorship of the Book of Enoch remained a puzzle crafted from whispers and legends. Some attributed it to Enoch himself, while others suggested a multitude of scribes, each adding their own interpretations as the work transformed through the centuries. This fluidity of authorship only added to its allure. Who were these scribes, toiling in dimly lit rooms, their quills scratching out words that would shake the heavens? Were they driven by the spirit of Enoch, or did they write as prophets of their own time, weaving their own struggles and triumphs into the fabric of the text? As the pages turned, the urgency quickened. The Book of Enoch spoke of judgment, of a reckoning that would come upon the earth. It painted vivid images of the final days, of the righteous being lifted into the heavens while the wicked faced despair. The language was charged with emotion, a piercing insight into the human heart and its capacity for both good and evil. The more one read, the more the air thickened with anticipation. Would the reader, too, be found worthy at the end of all things? Amidst these powerful themes lay the enigmatic figure of Azazel, one of the fallen angels, who taught humanity the art of warfare and seduction. The very mention of his name sent tremors through the air, a reminder of the duality of existence, the thin line between enlightenment and destruction. Enoch's encounters with these otherworldly beings were both terrifying and exhilarating. The reader caught in a maelstrom of emotions: fear, awe, sorrow, and hope. In the midst of these revelations, the historical tapestry grew richer, woven with the threads of ancient traditions and evolving beliefs. It bore the marks of the time, shaped by the struggles of the Jewish people and the echoes of their ancestors. The Book of Enoch became a testament to their resilience, a voice crying out through the ages. As the last few pages approached, the tale began to spiral, encroaching upon the reader's senses with a crescendo of urgency. Enoch stood at the precipice, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. His journeys through the celestial realms were not just personal. They mirrored the collective fears and desires of humanity. The composition of this book, its fragmented authorship, its vibrant imagery, its unyielding call to righteousness, was a reflection of a people yearning for connection, for understanding, and for a glimpse into the divine. The Book of Enoch was not merely a relic of the past. It was a living entity, a relentless force that demanded attention. As the reader turned the final pages, breathless with anticipation, the question remained: how would this ancient voice resonate within the hearts of those who dared to tread its haunting corridors? Would it inspire? Would it terrify? The echoes of the past lingered, a promise of what was yet to come, as the narrative beckoned forth into the shadows, revealing a deeper mystery that transcended time itself. Beneath the ancient scars of parchment, the Book of Enoch stands as a whisper of lost worlds, its pages echoing with the remnants of celestial secrets and the heavy weight of divine justice. It is a work that shimmers with the glow of countless stars yet feels achingly familiar, a haunting reminder of humanity's eternal struggle between light and darkness. Such is the tension that wraps around this text, drawing readers into its intricate web, each section a thread woven with care, binding together a tapestry of hope, warning, and revelation. The structure of the Book of Enoch is a labyrinthine maze, unfolded in distinct but interconnected sections that pulse with life. From the opening lines, the reader is thrust into a vivid scene where Enoch, a man of flesh and spirit, stands before the Watchers, the fallen angels whose hearts are heavy with regret. This first part, known as the Book of the Watchers, paints a striking portrait of rebellion against the divine. Each story unfolds with a quiet intensity, revealing the cosmic drama of angels who descended to earth, seduced by the beauty of mortal women. The consequences of their actions echo through the ages, a loud warning that reverberates in the silence of the soul. As the narrative shifts, the Book of Parables emerges, casting an eerie glow that illuminates the chilling fate awaiting those who defy heavenly order. Here, Enoch becomes the harbinger of judgment, a prophet whose voice resonates with authority. The imagery is stark and compelling: fires of judgment, the vastness of the abyss, and the triumphant arrival of the Son of Man. The words pulse with urgency, each verse like a heartbeat urging the reader to contemplate their own choices, their own paths. It's a moment of stillness before the storm, a pregnant pause filled with dread, yet laced with a strange sense of hope. Transitioning to the astronomical book, the narrative takes a turn that captivates the imagination. The rhythmic motion of celestial bodies paints a cosmic dance, weaving together time and space in a way that enchants and bewilders. Enoch's revelations about the heavens are breathtaking, each detail an invitation to witness the grandeur of creation. The description of the sun's course, the moon's phases, and the constellations reveals an ancient understanding of the universe that feels both alien and homelike, igniting a longing for connection with something greater. The reader can almost feel the chill of the night air, the vast expanse of stars above, and yet, amongst this beauty, a foreboding persists, a reminder that such wonders come with a responsibility. Next comes the dream visions, where the narrative shifts into a vivid tapestry of allegorical imagery. Here, Enoch's dreams become a portal to understanding the past, present, and future of humanity. The symbolism is rich and layered, capturing the essence of life's struggles and victories. As the reader navigates through Enoch's dreams, they are swept up in a storm of emotions: fear, despair, and, ultimately, the flicker of hope. The fate of the righteous versus the wicked unfolds before their eyes, a poignant reminder of the choices that define our existence. The rhythm quickens, the stakes rise, and with each line, the tension mounts, pulling the reader deeper into the narrative. The final segments, the Epistle of Enoch and the Apocalypse of Weeks, bring forth a crescendo of emotions, the urgency palpable. The epistle serves as a personal appeal, a heartfelt message filled with love and concern for humanity. Enoch's voice becomes a chorus of wisdom, urging readers to heed the signs of the times. The language here is both tender and powerful, inviting reflection on the waywardness of the heart. As the reader absorbs these words, they find themselves contemplating their own lives, grappling with their choices, their faith, and their connection to the divine. Then comes the Apocalypse of Weeks, a definitive timeline of history that unfolds like a solemn drumbeat. Events cascade like a river, flowing toward an inevitable climax. The imagery grows darker, the predictions more dire, yet amidst the foreboding, a flicker of light remains, a promise of renewal and restoration. The weight of the text becomes almost unbearable, each revelation a reminder of the fragility of existence. A sense of dread hangs in the air, intertwined with a deep yearning for understanding, for redemption. Throughout these sections, the structure of the Book of Enoch is not merely a framework. It is a living entity, breathing and pulsating with every word. The transitions between sections feel natural, as if each part is a chapter in an ongoing cosmic narrative that refuses to conclude. The emotions are raw, the stakes towering, and the reader is left teetering on the edge, aching for resolution while simultaneously dreading the inevitable. As the last echoes of Enoch's voice linger in the air, the reader is left with an insatiable hunger for the next revelation. The cycle of themes, judgment and mercy, despair and hope, chaos and order, spirals onward, drawing the reader deeper into the rich fabric of ancient wisdom. Each layer peeled back reveals more questions than answers, a tantalizing promise that the journey is far from over, leaving the reader breathless, eager to unravel the next mystery that awaits. The sky was a canvas of swirling colors, igniting the horizon as the sun slipped away, leaving the world cloaked in shadows. At that moment, Enoch stood at the edge of the earthly realm, a silent witness to the wonders above. His heart raced, not just from the chill in the evening air, but from a heavy anticipation that hung in the atmosphere like a thick fog. It was not just nightfall he awaited. It was a transformation, a passage into the unknown that few had ever dared to dream of. Enoch had always been different. While others toiled in the fields, preoccupied with the mundane, he gazed upwards, hungry for understanding. He questioned the stars and the moon, pondering their silent conversations. He knew they held secrets, ancient truths waiting to be unveiled. This fascination had led him to a discovery that would change everything. A whisper of wind danced across his face, carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers and a sense of impending magic. Enoch felt a tug deep within, a call that seemed to beckon him toward the heavens. He closed his eyes, letting the world around him fade, and envisioned the great expanse above, filled with celestial bodies that twinkled like the eyes of the divine. Then, the earth trembled beneath him, a resonance that vibrated through his very bones. The air thickened with energy, and suddenly, he was no longer standing on solid ground. Enoch felt himself lifted, as if the very essence of the universe wrapped around him, pulling him towards the stars. Panic surged for a heartbeat, but it was quickly swallowed by wonder. He was ascending, soaring beyond the constraints of earthly existence, and with each moment, he felt lighter, more alive. As he broke through the clouds, the sights before him were breathtaking. The heavens unfolded like a tapestry, woven with threads of gold and silver, with constellations alive in their majestic dance. Enoch's heart thundered in his chest as he beheld the vastness of it all. A universe teeming with possibilities, with mysteries yet to be understood. In the distance, he saw a magnificent structure shining with brilliance, a celestial city that radiated warmth and wisdom. It was the place of the Watchers, beings of unfathomable power who had once walked among mortals, guiding and teaching. Enoch had heard tales of them, whispered secrets passed down through generations, and now he was being drawn to their presence. His soul stirred with excitement and fear, the clash of emotions a fierce storm within him. Upon reaching the gates, he was greeted by the Watchers, their forms ethereal and their eyes shimmering with knowledge that transcended time. They spoke in voices that resonated like thunder, yet were as soft as a lullaby. Enoch, son of man, you have sought truth in the shadows. You have gazed at the stars and questioned the workings of the cosmos. Now you shall see what lies beyond. With those words, they revealed to him the mysteries of the heavens. Enoch was shown the paths of the sun and moon, how they danced across the sky, marking the passage of time. He learned of the cycles of the seasons, the ebb and flow of life on earth, and the celestial calculations that governed the very nature of existence. Tears welled in his eyes, filled with the weight of understanding. Each revelation was a key, unlocking doors to wisdom he had yearned for throughout his life. He felt a connection to the universe, as if he were not just a man, but a thread woven into the grand tapestry of creation. But with each truth, a shadow loomed, darker secrets that tainted the beauty he beheld. The Watchers spoke of the fallen angels, of those who had strayed from the divine path and brought chaos to the earth. Enoch's heart sank as he learned of their transgressions, the consequences that rippled through time. He felt the weight of sorrow for humanity, caught in a web woven by forces beyond their understanding. The tension in the air thickened as the Watchers unveiled the heavens' balance, a delicate harmony between light and dark. Enoch realized that knowledge came with a price, a burden that few could bear. Would he be willing to carry this weight? The choice hung in the air, shimmering like a distant star. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, blinding him momentarily. Enoch shielded his eyes, and when he could see again, a new vision unfolded before him. The stars swirled with vibrant energy, forming constellations that morphed into scenes of impending fate, visions of his people in peril, their cries echoing through the ages. He saw the struggles, the pain, and the glimmers of hope that flickered like candles in the dark. His heart ached as he witnessed the suffering, but in that moment, he also understood that he was not powerless. He had been chosen to bear witness and to share the knowledge bestowed upon him. The burden shifted from a weight of despair to a purpose ignited by the fire of compassion. Enoch felt a rush of determination swell within him, a calling that transcended the fear of the unknown. As he prepared to return to earth, the Watchers gathered around him, their expressions a mix of pride and concern. You have glimpsed the cosmos and the shadows that linger. Go forth, Enoch, with our blessing. Carry the truth, and let it light the path for those who wander in darkness. In that moment, Enoch felt the surge of connection, not just to the heavens, but to all of humanity. He understood that he was part of a grand story, woven through time, and now he would take on the role of a messenger. The stars would guide him, and he would not falter in his mission. As the celestial city began to fade, Enoch's spirit soared. The beauty of the heavens remained imprinted on his heart, and with a final glance at the shimmering expanse, he felt himself being drawn back to the earth. The journey had transformed him, igniting a fire within that would never be extinguished. And as he landed softly upon the soil of his homeland, the world around him felt different. It pulsed with life and possibility. The stars above twinkled knowingly, and Enoch smiled, ready to share the wonders of the universe with those who had yet to see. The night embraced him like an old friend, whispering secrets only he could hear, urging him onward to the next chapter of his extraordinary tale. In a time before time itself, when the stars sparkled like diamonds in the deep velvet of night, Enoch stood atop a desolate mountain, the wind howling like 1,000 lost souls. His heart raced as he peered into the darkness, sensing a presence that was both terrifying and magnificent. The air crackled with tension, and he could feel it in his bones. A warning that something monumental was about to unfold. High above, the Watchers, those once noble beings, loomed in the heavens, their wings whispering secrets of ages past. They were tasked with watching over humanity, but their minds had twisted with curiosity and desire. They thirsted for more than just observation. Enoch shivered, knowing their insatiable hunger for knowledge and beauty would lead to cataclysm. In his vision, the sky darkened, clouds rolling in like a tempest, and the stars shuddered as if sensing the turmoil. He saw the Watchers descending from their lofty abodes, their forms radiant yet shadowed, glowing with a light that felt warm yet cold. A palpable fear gripped him, for he understood that this act of defiance against the celestial order would spark rebellion. They had gazed upon the daughters of men, their beauty intoxicating, and in their hearts grew a reckless ambition. "Why do you come down to us?" Enoch whispered, though he knew the answer already. The Watchers did not need to speak. Their eyes, filled with an ancient sorrow, told the story of their fall. They longed for flesh, for passion, for the joy of existence beyond the ethereal. It was a longing that would lead them to betray their sacred charge. The vision shifted, and Enoch witnessed the Watchers gathering in secret. Their leader, Azazel, stood at the forefront, his expression stormy and wild. "We shall not remain trapped in the skies," he proclaimed, his voice a thunderclap that echoed through the heavens. "We will descend, take what we desire, and teach these mortals the wisdom of the ages." With a surge of emotion, Enoch felt a chill run down his spine. He could almost hear the cries of the earth, the very soil screaming for salvation. The Watchers did not see the chaos they would unleash. As they descended, he saw their forms shimmering, half angelic and half demonic, a terrifying sight that sent shivers coursing through him. Before he could fully comprehend the implications of their rebellion, the scene shifted again. Enoch witnessed the Watchers mingling with the daughters of men. Their beauty was otherworldly, their presence intoxicating. The women, drawn to them, became vessels of desire, losing themselves in the rapture of forbidden love. Enoch's heart ached for them. He saw innocence slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. He observed the birth of offspring, giants, monstrous and powerful, who walked the earth with a terrible grace. The Nephilim, they were called, born of a union that defied the natural order. Their laughter was a melody tinged with darkness, echoing through valleys and mountains. And with their birth came destruction and chaos, wrath of the heavens unleashed upon a world that had begun to lose its way. As Enoch stood frozen in horror, he felt a heavy weight on his chest. The heavens trembled with fury, a choir of angels weeping for the fate of humanity. How could they allow such a transgression? The Watchers had crossed a line, and Enoch knew that retribution would come. The balance of creation was hanging by a thread, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Suddenly, the sky exploded in radiant light, as if the stars themselves were crying out for justice. Enoch gasped as he saw a figure descend, cloaked in flames and fury, the archangel Uriel. With eyes like burning coals, Uriel's presence was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. His voice thundered, resonating through the fabric of reality, and Enoch felt every word vibrate in his soul. "Watchers!" Uriel bellowed, the very heavens trembling at his command. "You have forsaken your duty. You have mingled with mortals and sown chaos. Your punishment shall be swift and terrible." Enoch's heart pounded as he gazed upon the Watchers, their once noble forms now twisted by greed and desire. Azazel's defiance was palpable as he stepped forward, his voice dripping with arrogance. "We are greater than you, Uriel. We shall not be cast down." But Enoch knew better. The Watchers had lost their way, blinded by their own ambition. The ground beneath Enoch's feet trembled, and he sensed the gathering storm. Uriel would not be swayed, and the fates of the Watchers had already been sealed. Their rebellion would lead to their fall, and it would be a fall that echoed through eternity. In that moment, Enoch felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. The consequences of their actions would ripple through time, changing the very nature of existence. His heart ached for the daughters of men, for the innocent caught in a web of destruction spun by beings who once stood in the light. Yet, in the corners of his mind, a flicker of hope ignited. The vision transformed once more, revealing glimpses of a promise, of redemption, of a new way forward. Shaken yet resolute, Enoch realized that perhaps there was still a chance for humanity to rise above the chaos, to unite against the darkness that threatened to consume them all. The storm raged on, and Enoch found himself at the precipice of destiny, knowing that he could not turn back. Every breath felt heavy with anticipation, as if the universe held its breath along with him. The visions swirled around him, a cacophony of emotions, and he realized that he was caught in a current far greater than himself. As the sky darkened, and the echoes of rebellion intertwined with whispers of hope, Enoch braced himself for what was to come. He was a witness to the unfolding of fate, standing on the edge of a new chapter that threatened to consume everything he cherished. And in that moment, he understood the story was far from over. In a world where the sky blazes with the hues of twilight, an eerie silence blankets the earth. Shadows stretch long and dark, whispering secrets of a time when beings of light walked among men. The Watchers, they were called creatures of magnificent power and unimaginable grace. They hovered between worlds, gazing down upon humanity with eyes that sparkled like distant stars. But were they messengers of hope or harbingers of doom? The answer lies buried within ancient scrolls and the crumbling pages of forgotten texts. The Book of Enoch, a text lost to many but treasured by a few, speaks of these beings with trembling reverence. It tells of their descent, how they left the celestial realms to witness the beauty of mankind. They were not mere observers. They became entwined in the fabric of human life. As men toiled in fields and molded clay into figures, the Watchers watched with fascination. But as their curiosity deepened, so did their longing. A longing that would ignite a cataclysm of events that reshaped the world. Among the most prominent of the Watchers was Azazel, a name that evokes both awe and terror. His wings, said to stretch wide enough to cast shadows over valleys, were woven with threads of the night sky. Azazel dared to take the knowledge of the heavens and share it with humanity. He revealed the secrets of warfare, the art of makeup, and the dark allure of enchantments. But with each gift he bestowed, a price hung in the air, a thread of corruption that began to weave itself into the hearts of men. The people, once innocent and filled with wonder, began to nurture a thirst for power that spiraled into chaos. The Watchers, who had come to guide, now found themselves ensnared in a web of their own making. And yet, there were whispers of a divine judgment looming on the horizon. The earth trembled as angels debated in the celestial realms, torn between the innocence of humanity and the transgressions that had taken root. Each night, as the moon cast a silver glow upon the desolate landscape, the Watchers would convene, their discussions echoing through the dark. They were beings of light, yet the weight of their choices bore down upon them like a heavy cloak. Some, those who had grown weary of the chaos, yearned to return to the heavens. Others, however, felt an unshakable bond with humanity, a connection that bound their fates together. It was a conflict of souls, one that mirrored the turmoil of the human heart. Then came the day of reckoning, a day when the very foundations of the earth would shatter. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance as the sky darkened with foreboding clouds. The archangels descended, their presence felt like a tempest. Michael and Gabriel, warriors of light, faced the Watchers with judgment gleaming in their eyes. The fate of these celestial beings hung in the balance, their actions echoing through eternity. It was a clash of wills, angels born from purity, and Watchers marred by temptation. Fear gripped the hearts of the Watchers. Would they be cast down to the abyss, written off as fallen beings? The thought gnawed at their souls, a haunting reminder of the choices that had led them to this precipice. The earth trembled beneath their feet, mirroring the turmoil within. They exchanged glances, searching for understanding, but what they found was a profound sorrow. They had become both the architects of their fate and prisoners of their desires. As the archangels summoned the forces of nature, the Watchers felt the pull of the earth beneath them, a reminder of the lives they had touched. They remembered the laughter of children, the warmth of a sun-drenched day, and the shared dreams of a humanity that had welcomed them. In that moment, they understood the gravity of their decisions. The gifts they had given were both blessings and curses, woven together in a tapestry of human experience. But the battle was not merely physical. It was a war of hearts and souls. The skies crackled with energy as Michael raised his sword, its brilliance illuminating the darkness. The Watchers, feeling the weight of their choices, found themselves at a crossroads. Could they redeem themselves, or were they doomed to become shadows of what they once were? The line between angel and fallen being blurred, as the struggle within surged like a tide. In the depths of this cosmic clash, the Watchers wrestled with their fate. Some chose to stand against the archangels, embracing their fallen nature with defiance. They had tasted the sweetness of freedom and the depths of desire. It was too late to turn back. Others, however, chose to surrender, falling to their knees in repentance. They begged for mercy, their voices trembling with emotion as they faced the wrath of celestial beings they once admired. As the winds howled and the world shook, the choice was made, and the heavens themselves seemed to hold their breath. Was it too late for redemption? Could the Watchers, once shining lights, find their way back to grace, or would they be swallowed by the darkness they had unleashed? The echoes of their decision resonated throughout time, leaving a lingering question in the silence that followed. The nature of the Watchers, were they angels, or were they fallen beings, forever trapped in a cycle of desire and despair? The answer, like a flicker of light in a darkened room, remained elusive and shrouded in mystery, leaving the door ajar for what lay ahead. The unfolding of their story was just beginning, a tale woven through the threads of fate, waiting to be told. The air crackled with an ancient energy, thick with the weight of secrets long buried. In a time when the world was still young, whispers of giants roamed the lands, their stories etched in the very fabric of human history. They were not mere figments of imagination but beings of colossal size and mystique, known as the Nephilim. Their existence blurred the lines between the celestial and the earthly, leaving a legacy that would haunt generations to come. Enoch, a figure shrouded in mystery, was said to have walked closely with God, his heart tender and his spirit courageous. Unlike others, he was chosen to glimpse the divine truths that lay hidden in the shadows of the world. The tales of the Nephilim were not just stories but warnings, echoes of a time when the heavens and the earth collided in a dance of destruction and despair. These giants, born from the union of fallen angels and human women, roamed the earth with a ferocity that instilled fear in the hearts of men. Their very presence was a reminder of humanity's frailty. The legends spoke of their strength unmatched, their size towering over the tallest trees. The ground trembled beneath their footsteps, and the skies darkened when they cast their shadows. In cities that once flourished, the air hung heavy with dread as they trudged through the streets. They were creatures of great power, yet their hearts were veiled in darkness, twisted by their origins. The Nephilim were the progeny of rebellion, a chilling manifestation of celestial disobedience that left humanity grappling with its own existence. Enoch, in his sacred wisdom, was compelled to bear witness to this apocalyptic world. He saw the heavens weep for the earth, a realm tainted by the sins of its inhabitants. As he listened to the cries of the people, he realized that the Nephilim were not just a threat but a reflection of the choices made by mankind. The giants stood as a testament to the consequences of straying from the divine path, a living reminder that the boundaries between heaven and earth could be perilously thin. The whispers of the Nephilim spiraled through the ages, carried by the winds of time to reach those who dared to listen. Stories spoke of their exploits, how they ransacked villages, instilling terror in the hearts of the innocent, and engaged in fierce battles that shook the very foundations of the earth. Their thirst for power and dominance was insatiable, leading them to turn on each other in a frenzy of rage and envy. As they fought, the heavens shuddered, and the earth trembled beneath their conflicts. In Enoch's visions, he saw the consequences of this monstrous lineage. The skies ignited with fire, and the earth echoed with the cries of despair. Floods descended as divine judgment loomed, a cathartic cleansing aimed at erasing the stain of the Nephilim and their dark legacy. Enoch felt a pang of sorrow for the innocent lives caught in the crossfire, families torn apart, love extinguished, all in the wake of the giants' wrath. But the giants were not merely beasts. They were victims of their own heritage, wrestling with their dual existence. Half divine and half mortal, the Nephilim struggled to reconcile their immense power with the fragility of their human side. Their hearts ached with a longing for acceptance, yet their very nature drove them toward chaos. Enoch understood this internal battle, the haunting loneliness that accompanied their colossal size. They were feared, but who dared to look beyond the exterior to see the torment within? Legends hinted at their eventual downfall. Enoch, the faithful scribe, penned visions of a flood that would sweep the earth clean, an act of divine mercy interwoven with wrath. The giants, once rulers of the land, would meet their end as the waters rose, swallowing them whole. But in his writings, he also revealed that their spirits would not simply vanish. Trapped in limbo, the echoes of the Nephilim would linger, whispering warnings to future generations. The cycle of temptation and rebellion would continue, their presence felt in the shadows of humanity's choices. In the quiet moments of his reflections, Enoch was tormented by the knowledge that humanity held the key to its own salvation. Each decision, each act of kindness or cruelty, reverberated through time, shaping the world. The giants were a manifestation of what could happen when one strayed too far from the light. Enoch's heart raced as he contemplated the weight of this truth. Could humanity rise above the mistakes of the past, or would they too succumb to the same darkness that had birthed the Nephilim? The day of reckoning loomed, and with it, a palpable tension filled the air. Enoch could feel the pulse of the earth quickening, a rhythm of dread and anticipation. He walked through valleys that pulsed with history, where the remnants of the giants were said to lay hidden beneath the soil. In the distance, he gazed at the mountains, their peaks like the crowns of ancient kings, witnesses to the drama that had unfolded. Every stone, every whisper of the wind seemed to carry the weight of forgotten memories, urging him to remember. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced like specters, Enoch felt the weight of the ages pressing upon him. The Nephilim were not merely tales told around the fire. They were echoes of the past that resonated in the hearts of men. Their story intertwined with humanity's own, a reminder that choices mattered, that even the smallest act could ripple through time. And as the first stars flickered to life in the night sky, Enoch stood at the precipice of revelation. He could feel the giant's presence in the stillness of the night, a quiet invitation to face the darkness within and confront the truth of existence. Would humanity heed the call, or would they fall prey to the same temptations that had once birthed the Titans? The answers lay just beyond the horizon, waiting for those brave enough to seek them. The air was thick with tension. A heavy silence enveloped the room, broken only by the faint scratching of quill on parchment. Enoch, a figure shrouded in a blend of reverence and fear, sat at his desk, surrounded by the weight of unwritten destinies. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the walls, as if the very essence of time itself held its breath, waiting for the moment that would change everything. This was no ordinary evening. It marked the beginning of a reckoning, a moment when justice would rise from the ashes of chaos. They were the Watchers, celestial beings sent to reveal the sins of humanity, their faces a mix of sorrow and urgency. Enoch felt the chill of their presence, as if the very air around him had transformed into ice. "You must record our judgments," one of them intoned, their voice both powerful and haunting. "The time has come to unveil the truth." With trembling hands, Enoch dipped his quill into the ink, the dark liquid swirling like the chaos of human emotion. He listened intently as the Watchers shared stories of transgressions, hearts hardened by greed, eyes blinded by lust, and souls lost in despair. Each tale tugged at the strings of his heart, evoking a storm of empathy and anguish. He felt their pain as if it were his own, and with each judgment he penned, the quill seemed to grow heavier, as if it were both blessing and curse. "Write of their deeds," commanded another Watcher, their voice cutting through the air like thunder. Let the world know the depths of their corruption. Enoch's heart raced as he wrote of kings who exploited their people, of men who betrayed their brothers for silver, of women whose love turned to poison. The ink soaked into the parchment, soaking up not just words but the very essence of the souls involved. Each story etched with a raw, unfiltered truth that could shatter even the strongest of hearts. Suddenly, the room shifted. The walls blurred, and Enoch found himself standing on the edge of a great chasm, a dark void where the cries of the damned echoed endlessly. He could feel their despair, the weight of their regrets pressing down on him. "This is the consequence of their choices," a voice whispered, reverberating through the chasm. Enoch's throat tightened as he gazed into the abyss, shivering at the thought of the souls trapped within. "You must not falter," commanded the watchers. "The judgments must be written." With a newfound resolve, Enoch returned to his desk. He poured his heart into every word, capturing not just the actions of men but the very essence of their souls. The power of his pen transformed the parchment into a living tapestry of humanity's triumphs and failures, each letter stained with the ink of truth. Yet with every stroke, he felt the weight of the world pressing down upon him, a relentless tide of sorrow that threatened to engulf him. Time blurred as the candelabra flickered low, casting long shadows that danced ominously across the walls. Enoch's eyes strained as he fought the exhaustion clawing at him. The faces of the condemned haunted him, each one a reflection of a choice made, a life lived in darkness. He paused, his heart aching, wondering if there was redemption for anyone among the countless names he had inscribed. "Do not forget the mercy," a soft voice reminded him, cutting through the darkness like a beacon of light. It was one of the watchers, their gaze piercing yet compassionate. "Even in judgment, there is the chance for repentance." Enoch felt a surge of warmth flood through him, igniting a flicker of hope in the cold, empty spaces of his heart. Nodding, he returned to his task. He began recording not just the failures but the moments of grace, the flickers of light in the sea of darkness. He wrote of the tears shed in remorse, of hands reaching out for forgiveness, of hearts yearning for redemption. Each word became a lifeline, a reminder that even in the bleakest of times, salvation could be found. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, and the shadows twisted and writhed. A great storm surged around him, a manifestation of the turmoil within the hearts of men. Enoch clutched his quill tightly, resolute in his duty. The very fabric of reality seemed to unravel as he transcribed the judgments, the weight of each sentence pressing upon him like a mountain. "Beware, Enoch!" roared the winds, the voices of the watchers rising in intensity. "The power you wield is not without consequence. Each word has the potential to save or to condemn." The urgency in their voices ignited a fire within him, driving him to write faster, to capture every nuance of the human condition before the storm consumed him whole. With the final strokes, Enoch knew he had completed a monumental task. The scrolls lay before him, filled to the brim with the essence of humanity, its darkness and light, its despair and hope. The weight of his role as the scribe of judgment settled upon him, an unshakable bond that tied him to the world he had documented. This was not just a record of the past. It was a living testament to the struggles that defined existence. The storm subsided, leaving behind an eerie stillness that felt almost sacred. The watchers surrounded him, their eyes shining with approval and solemnity. "You have embraced your role with courage," one of them said, their voice resonating in the silence. Yet as Enoch looked upon the scrolls, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The judgments were written, but the echoes of those choices would linger, shaping the very fabric of time itself. The air crackled with energy, as if a new chapter was about to unfold. The weight of responsibility bore heavily upon Enoch's shoulders, and he sensed that more awaited him. His heart raced, filled with a mix of dread and excitement, as he realized that the pen was still in his hand. The story was far from over. The air crackled with an electric tension as shadows danced under the flickering light of ancient candles. An unseen force thrummed within the pages of forgotten texts, holding the whispers of Enoch, the man who walked with God and witnessed the unfathomable. It was a realm of powerful visions and profound truths, where the veil between heaven and earth was thin, allowing the profound and the terrifying to seep into the lives of ordinary people. Here, in this sacred space, the parables of Enoch breathed life into moral lessons that transcended time, igniting emotions that resided deep within the human soul. In one parable, Enoch spoke of the coming judgment, a vivid image of scales balancing the deeds of humanity. The weight of choices hung heavy in the air, each decision echoing through eternity. Those who uplifted others, who walked in kindness and truth, gleamed with an inner light, while those who reveled in darkness and deceit appeared shrouded in a chilling mist. The stark contrast painted a haunting picture, stirring the listeners' hearts with the fear of what was to come. They could almost feel the heat of judgment, the consequences of their actions pressing against their chests like a tightening shroud. This parable gripped their souls, reminding them how one's choices resonated beyond the confines of a single lifetime. As Enoch's voice wove through the narratives, a theme emerged: hope amidst despair. He conveyed messages of redemption, of a love that surpassed the deepest abysses of sin. Even the most broken souls could rise, transformed by genuine repentance. A powerful story of a once-fallen angel, cast out for his rebellion, lingered in the air. It revealed the possibility of change, the chance to turn back toward the light. Listeners felt tears prick at the corners of their eyes, recognizing their own struggles mirrored in the tales of those seeking forgiveness. Enoch's words embraced them like a comforting hug, offering a path to healing even when darkness felt insurmountable. The tension heightened with the parable that spoke of the cosmic struggle between good and evil. Enoch painted a vivid scene of angels and wicked spirits battling for the souls of men. It was a timeless war, fought not only in celestial realms but within the hearts of every person. The clashing sounds of swords, the desperate cries for mercy, and the anguished wails of the lost echoed in the minds of those gathered. Each individual felt the weight of their choices, the pull between light and darkness tugging at their very essence. Would they rise to the challenge, or would they succumb to the shadows? The fear of failure loomed large, driving them to consider their paths with newfound urgency. Then there was the parable of creation, a reminder that every person was woven with purpose. Enoch spoke with fervor about humanity's divine origin, about the breath of life bestowed upon them by a loving creator. The stories ignited a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than themselves. The listeners felt a warmth spread through their hearts, an awareness that they were not alone. Each of them carried a spark of divinity that could illuminate the world, should they choose to let it shine. This truth resonated deeply, urging them to reflect on their unique gifts and the potential that lay dormant within. But not all parables shimmered with light. Some plunged into the depths of despair, offering stark warnings to those who strayed too far from the path of righteousness. Enoch recounted tales of cities consumed by their own wickedness, swallowed whole by the very forces they had unleashed. The vivid imagery of flames licking at the crumbling walls sent shivers down spines, leaving a palpable fear in the air. Listeners couldn't help but feel the urgency of these warnings, recognizing parallels in their own lives. Would they heed the call to change, or would they be swept away by the tides of their own making? With every tale spun, Enoch's passion reverberated within the crowd, his commitment to sharing these messages weaving an invisible thread between the speaker and his audience. They sat on the edges of their seats, each heartbeat echoing with the weight of the truths revealed. Enoch spoke of the empowerment that came through knowledge, of understanding one's place in the grand tapestry of existence. It was not just about fear or redemption. It was a call to action, a reminder that every individual held the power to shape their destiny. And then, just as the air hung thick with emotion, a hush fell over the room as Enoch shared a vision of the future. A kingdom of peace, where love reigned and joy overflowed. The scene unfolded like a beautiful painting, colors vibrant and alive. Enoch's words painted images of laughter shared among the redeemed, of bonds formed in unity and understanding. Hope surged in the hearts of those listening, igniting a fire that had long been dimmed. They could see it. They could almost touch it, a world where every soul flourished in harmony. It left them breathless, standing on the cusp of possibility, yearning for a taste of that heavenly existence. The themes spun within these parables were not just stories. They were lifelines thrown into the turbulent waters of human experience. Enoch, with his fervent voice, called each person to reflect and act, to engage deeply with the moral and spiritual dimensions of their lives. As the last words resonated in the air, a profound silence enveloped the space, filled with an unshakable sense of urgency and longing. Hearts thudded in unison, each beat an echo of the truths that had been unveiled. The atmosphere trembled with the weight of potential, leaving everyone on the edge of something monumental. A realization that life, in all its complexity, was a canvas waiting for their brushstrokes. And as the shadows deepened, the flickering candlelight illuminated a path forward, beckoning them to continue their exploration of Enoch's profound messages. A promise of deeper revelations just ahead. The evening sun cast long shadows upon the dusty streets of ancient Jerusalem, where a sense of anticipation hummed in the air. Whispers of a long-forgotten figure threaded through the marketplace, where merchants hawked their wares, unaware that a man named Enoch had left a mark far deeper than any merchant's price, a legacy woven into the very fabric of early Christian thought. Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah, was said to have walked with God, a phrase that echoed through time, sending chills through the spine of anyone who dared to listen. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a group of early Christians gathered in a hidden chamber, the flickering candles illuminating their eager faces. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices barely rising above the sound of crackling wax. What would it mean to walk with God? The shared glances among them hinted at a longing for understanding, for something more profound than the mundane world around them. Enoch's story was not merely a tale of an ancient patriarch. It was a beacon of hope and a challenge to the status quo. In the Book of Enoch, a text considered apocryphal by many, the visions unveiled a universe teeming with angels, cosmic trials, and divine judgment. It painted a world where the divine and human interconnected. The Christians clung to these ideas, feeling the electric pulse of Enoch's words as though they were speaking directly to their souls. The possibility of celestial beings interacting with humanity ignited imaginations and stirred hearts. Could Enoch, so long ago, have glimpsed what was to come? The breath of angels, it seemed, lingered in the air. Enoch was not merely an observer. He had been chosen, taken up to the heavens, and gifted knowledge about the fate of the wicked and the righteous. This promise resonated deeply with the early followers of Christ, who faced persecution and doubt. In Enoch's visions, they found a narrative of hope, signifying that their struggles had not been overlooked. It was a vivid assurance that every tear shed was accounted for in the great tapestry of eternity. As the night deepened, their discussions grew more impassioned. The concept of the Son of Man, a figure introduced in Enoch's prophecies, thrilled and terrified them. This mysterious figure who would come to judge the nations resonated with their belief in the soon-returning Christ. Conversations about the intricate details of judgment, the separation of the righteous from the wicked, turned their fear into resolve. Enoch's influence was palpable, a guiding light that encouraged them to stand firm in their beliefs, even when facing the roaring storms of adversity. But there was more. Enoch's celestial encounters also spurred the imagination, giving rise to thoughts of a spiritual hierarchy, a world where angels descended, bringing messages from God. The early Christians, in their yearning for connection with the divine, felt a kinship with this ancient prophet. They envisioned themselves as modern-day Enochs, reaching for the heavens, yearning to commune with the divine. How could one not feel the weight of that calling? Each heart beat with the desire to be more than what the world dictated, a yearning to transcend the ordinary. All around them, the world was fraught with chaos and uncertainty. The whispers of Enoch's experiences provided a counter-narrative, a promise that the unseen world was not distant, but intimately involved in their lives. The vivid imagery of Enoch's ascent, of being taken up into the very throne room of God, ignited the embers of faith within them. They felt the gravity of his choice to walk with God, and slowly, they recognized that their paths mirrored his. They were living in the last days, navigating their own trials and tribulations while holding tightly to the hope of redemption. Yet the shadows of doubt loomed large. As the discussions wound deeper into the night, they could not escape the fear that their faith might falter, that the promise of Enoch could slip through their fingers like grains of sand. The tension hung thick in the air, a mix of hope and trepidation. Could they truly embody the spirit of Enoch? Would they have the strength to walk with God in their own lives, to rise above the noise of a world that sought to drown them in despair? Amidst this swirling whirlpool of emotion, one voice rose above the rest. A young woman, her eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight, spoke out with a conviction that silenced the room. We are not alone. Enoch's journey wasn't just for him. It's for us too. His story is our story. Her words hung in the air, a lifeline tossed into the sea of uncertainty. As each person absorbed her declaration, the room felt charged with an electric energy, one that hinted at the possibility of transformation. The very idea that Enoch's experiences were not relegated to a distant past, but rather framed the path of their future, sent shivers coursing through them. It was as if Enoch himself had entered the chamber, his spirit beckoning them to embrace the profound connection between heaven and earth. With every heartbeat, the tension shifted. Fear transformed into courage, doubt into determination. Their faith began to solidify, taking root in the fertile ground laid by Enoch's visions. As they prepared to leave the chamber, the atmosphere pulsed with an unspoken understanding. They would carry Enoch's legacy with them, igniting the fires of hope in every heart they encountered. The influence of Enoch would echo far beyond these walls, threading itself into the very essence of early Christian thought, a foundation upon which they could build their lives and beliefs. The night air felt alive as they stepped outside, each breath a reminder of their mission. They were not just followers. They were torchbearers of a legacy that transcended time. The figure of Enoch loomed large in their minds as they walked through the darkened streets. The city bathed in moonlight, full of promise and possibility. And in the silence of the night, a faint whisper echoed through the ages, a call to walk with God, just as Enoch had done. This call would not be silenced. It would ripple outwards, reaching hearts far and wide. The influence of Enoch, like an invisible thread, would weave itself into the tapestry of faith, drawing others into the same heart-stirring drama of hope and divine connection that left them breathless, longing for more. And thus, the story continued, an unbroken circle of faith and influence that promised to resonate through the ages, beckoning each person to answer the call, to walk boldly into the unfolding mystery of their own existence. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit room, a group of early Christians huddled together, their hearts racing with anticipation. Outside, the distant sounds of the bustling marketplace mingled with the whispers of the wind, creating an atmosphere thick with expectation. They were about to unravel a story so profound, it would ignite a fire in their souls and challenge everything they thought they knew about faith and prophecy. The name Enoch hung in the air like a spell, stirring a mix of curiosity and reverence. As the first words were spoken, the tales of Enoch's remarkable journey through the heavens began to flow. His ascension was not just a story of a man who walked with God. It was a revelation that compelled these early believers to reconsider their understanding of the divine. He was taken, one of the speakers declared, his voice trembling with emotion. He did not see death, for God took him. Gasps erupted among the listeners, their eyes widening as the implications sank in. How could a mere mortal be so favored? What secrets lay hidden in the accounts of Enoch that might connect them to the very essence of God? Yet, the stories didn't merely serve as entertainment. They were echoes of the past intertwined with the fervor of the present. The Book of Enoch, often dismissed or forgotten, held a treasure trove of visions that painted a vivid picture of the cosmic struggle between good and evil, angels and fallen beings. As each verse was recited, it felt as if the walls themselves were coming alive with history, pulling them into a world where angels descended to share divine secrets with mankind. In this tapestry of faith, the reception of Enoch in the New Testament began to unfold. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the Gospel writers, each pulled threads from Enoch's narrative, weaving them into the fabric of their teachings. Enoch's prophecies echoed in the messages of Jesus, a haunting reminder that the legacy of this ancient figure was not lost, but rather transformed and reborn in the light of the new covenant. The mention of angels in the Gospels ignited an electric charge in the room. Could it be that these heavenly beings were the same ones Enoch had encountered, the same ones who whispered secrets of the universe into his ready ears? As the voices rose in fervor, the air crackled with intensity. "Did you know?" one of the listeners exclaimed, eyes alight with fervor. Jude, the brother of James, quoted Enoch directly, "Behold, the Lord comes with 10,000s of his saints." The weight of those words hung like a shroud over the gathering, stoking the fire within their hearts. Enoch, a figure long considered apocryphal, was now woven into the very fabric of their faith. The realization struck them like a bolt of lightning. Enoch was not just a relic of the past. He was a herald of the future. The room fell silent as the gravity of this revelation seeped in. They could feel the weight of the moment, the connection that bridged the ancient and the modern, the earthly and the heavenly. Each person present was acutely aware of the stakes involved. They were not merely recounting ancient tales. They were participating in a divine dialogue that stretched back millennia. Every word was a thread connecting their faith to something far greater than themselves. Yet, not everyone shared in this enthusiasm. Whispers of dissent echoed in the shadows, murmuring doubts about the legitimacy of Enoch's writings. Was it right to embrace such a text when it lay outside the canon? The tension in the room thickened, hearts pounding as they grappled with the fear of straying too far from the established faith. Doubt crept in, cold and insidious, threatening to unravel the hope that had begun to blossom. But the resolve of the believers held strong, their voices rising above the murmurings of uncertainty. What if Enoch's visions are a key? What if they reveal the true nature of Christ? They exclaimed, rallying around a shared conviction. As the night deepened, the stories grew richer, a dance of emotion and revelation. They spoke of the Watchers, those fallen angels whose stories paralleled the struggles of humanity, drawing lines between the ancient and the contemporary. Could it be that the very same temptations faced by those celestial beings echoed in their lives today? Every tale, every prophecy was not just a window into the past, but a mirror reflecting their own struggles with faith, sin, and redemption. Then came the moment of reckoning when the realization struck like a gong resounding in the silence. Enoch's legacy was not merely about being taken into heaven. It was about the promise of transformation and the hope of resurrection. Their hearts raced as they connected the dots, visions of a new Jerusalem blooming in their minds. The finality of death was but a veil, a fleeting moment in the vast expanse of eternity. Enoch's story was a reminder that faith could transcend the grave, bringing forth life even in the darkest moments. With each passing hour, the candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced upon the walls like the restless spirits of those who had come before them. The weight of history pressed in, but so did the thrill of discovery. The reception of Enoch in the New Testament was not merely an academic exercise. It was a passionate embrace of truth, love, and divine mystery. The anticipation of what lay ahead surged through them, a tangible energy that ignited their spirits. In this sacred space, the lines between the ancient text and their own lives blurred. They were not just recipients of a message. They were living embodiments of the faith that Enoch had once proclaimed. As they shared their hopes and dreams, fears and doubts, their voices melded into a chorus of longing for connection, for understanding, and for the divine. The night was alive with possibilities, each heartbeat a reminder that the story was far from over. The threads of Enoch's legacy wove through the fabric of their faith, connecting them not only to the past but also to the unfolding future. And as they clung to one another, hearts racing with excitement and trepidation, the realization dawned upon them. The journey of Enoch would continue, echoing through the ages, calling to hearts seeking the truth of the divine. The whispers of Enoch would not fade. They would rise, resounding through time, beckoning them ever onward into the unfolding tapestry of salvation. In a dimly lit chamber filled with the scent of ancient parchment and the whispers of long-forgotten voices, a single scroll lay unrolled, its ink shimmering with the remnants of wisdom and the weight of unanswered questions. It was 17. Enoch, a text that danced on the thin line between the sacred and the forbidden, a bridge between what was known and what was hidden. The room pulsed with an unspoken tension, a palpable anticipation that sent shivers down the spine. This scroll was no ordinary artifact. It was a vessel of intrigue, a map leading to the depths of Gnostic thought. Here, Enoch, the once mortal scribe, transcended the boundaries of earthly existence, becoming a figure of celestial significance. The Gnostics revered him not just as a prophet, but as a conduit of divine knowledge, a beacon for souls seeking truth amid shadows. His journey through the heavens was more than a simple ascent. It was a radical departure from the rigid doctrines of traditional faith, a call to question, to challenge, to embrace the ineffable mystery of existence. The Gnostics believed that the world was crafted by a lesser god, a demiurge who trapped souls in ignorance, shrouded in the material. But Enoch's narrative took a daring twist, suggesting that even in this flawed creation, there existed a spark of divine truth waiting to be ignited. His encounters with celestial beings were not mere fanciful tales. They were invitations to peel back the layers of reality, to seek the hidden knowledge that lay beneath the surface. The scroll hinted at revelations that could ignite a revolution in the hearts of those bold enough to grasp them. As the reader's eyes danced across the ink-stained words, a visceral thrill coursed through them. Enoch described a journey beyond the stars, a realm where the boundaries of time melted into an eternal now. He stood before the throne of God, surrounded by the heavenly host, each being alive with purpose and wisdom. The intensity of the experience was palpable, as if the very air crackled with divine energy. The reader felt a tug at their heart, a longing to transcend their own mundane existence, to taste the freedom that Enoch experienced. But the beauty of Enoch's ascension was tinged with a bittersweet sadness. His revelations were not easily embraced. They were met with skepticism and fear as they challenged the foundational beliefs of those who held power. The Gnostics, with their radical interpretations, faced persecution, their whispers of forbidden knowledge drowned out by the clamor of orthodoxy. Enoch's voice, echoing through the ages, became a symbol of resistance, a testament to the courage of those who dared to illuminate the shadows. There were alternative interpretations of Enoch's journey within Gnostic circles, each adding another layer of complexity to an already rich tale. Some suggested that Enoch was not merely a prophet but a divine being himself, a manifestation of the very knowledge he sought to share. His ascension was seen as a return to the source, a reminder to humanity of their divine origin. This perspective sent chills down the spine, hinting at the potential within every soul to reclaim their lost heritage. Others interpreted Enoch's encounters as a symbolic journey into the self, a representation of the inner struggle faced by every seeker. The celestial beings he met were reflections of the various facets of human consciousness, manifestations of the battles fought within the heart and mind. Each encounter was a lesson, a harsh truth laid bare, urging the seeker to confront their fears and limitations. The tension built with each revelation, a heartbeat in the silence, echoing the universal quest for understanding and enlightenment. As the reader delved deeper, the emotional gravity of Enoch's story intensified. They could feel the weight of the ancient text in their hands, the history of those who fought to preserve it coursing through their veins. The blood of martyrs, the tears of the lost, the joy of the enlightened were all woven into the fabric of this tale. The scroll was a window into a world where belief and doubt danced together, where faith was both a sanctuary and a battleground. In the shadows of that dimly lit chamber, the air thickened with anticipation. Enoch's revelations were but the beginning. They ignited a flame of curiosity, a desire to explore further, to question deeper. The alternative interpretations of his journey were not just academic musings. They were calls to action, urging the reader to confront their own understanding of existence. The tension hung in the air like a charged storm, ready to unleash a torrent of thoughts and realizations that could transform the very essence of belief. As the story flowed onwards, the reader could sense the weight of history pressing against them. Enoch's voice, rich with emotion and wisdom, lingered in the air, echoing through the ages. It was an invitation to challenge the status quo, to embrace the complexity of faith, and to recognize the divine spark within. Each interpretation was a thread in the tapestry of understanding, pulling the reader closer to the heart of the matter, urging them to stay, to listen, to engage. And so, the narrative continued, an unbroken pulse of emotion and tension, weaving through the pages, pulling the reader deeper into the labyrinth of thought and belief. The story was far from over. It was a living, breathing entity that promised to unveil even more layers of meaning and insight. The scroll was a testament to the enduring search for truth, a reminder that the quest for understanding is never-ending, forever spiraling into the unknown. Just as Enoch had ascended, so too did the reader feel the pull of the infinite, beckoning them onward, into the depths of the mysteries yet to unfold. In the stillness of the night, a whirlwind of whispers surrounded Enoch, echoing through the ancient hills, where shadows danced under a silver moon. The air thrummed with a sense of urgency, as if the very fabric of morality was at stake. Enoch, a man of profound wisdom, stood at the crossroads of humanity's fate, wrestling with the weight of teachings that would ripple through time. His heart was heavy with the lessons imparted to him during his divine encounters, lessons that reached into the depths of human experience, illuminating the path toward righteousness. The fate of many rested on his shoulders, and with every breath, he felt the call to share the truths that burned within him. Each teaching was more than mere words. They were lifelines thrown into the raging sea of despair that often engulfed mankind. A flicker of light caught Enoch's eye as he began to reflect upon the first moral lesson, the inherent dignity of every human spirit. It struck him like a bolt of lightning, igniting a fire within. In a world where power often overshadowed compassion, Enoch taught that each life was sacred, a unique melody in the grand symphony of existence. The thought of people demeaning one another gnawed at him, stirring a righteous anger. He envisioned children, wise beyond their years, embracing each other's differences, their laughter weaving a tapestry of unity. But the shadows loomed longer, often overshadowing the light. Enoch recalled the haunting cries of the oppressed, echoing in his mind, a stark reminder of the importance of justice. His teachings urged the people to stand up for the voiceless, to become champions for the downtrodden. He spoke passionately about the power of empathy, urging them to step into the shoes of others, to feel their pain and triumphs as if they were their own. In his heart, he yearned for a world where kindness reigned supreme, where acts of compassion were not just sporadic but woven into the very fabric of society. As the night deepened, Enoch's teachings flowed like a river, rushing toward the truth of honesty. He knew, without doubt, that deceit could corrode the soul, leading to a profound emptiness that nothing could fill. He imagined a society where trust was the cornerstone, where words held weight and promises were sacred. The thought of betrayal sent shivers down his spine. He envisioned the looks of anguish on the faces of those betrayed, the deep scars left behind. Yet Enoch was not blind to the fragility of human nature. He understood that temptation lurked in the corners of every heart, whispering sweet nothings that led to ruin. With fervor, he implored his listeners to cultivate a spirit of self-control, to recognize the power of choice. In every decision lies the seed of destiny, he proclaimed, his voice steady yet filled with urgency. He saw the faces of hope, eyes wide with understanding, knowing that these teachings could guide them through the darkest of times. Then came the lesson of forgiveness, a balm for the wounds that scarred the human soul. Enoch felt the weight of bitterness that often clung to the hearts of men, suffocating them like vines around a fallen tree. To forgive is to set yourself free, he urged, his tone softening. He painted vivid scenes of reconciliation, of broken relationships mended by the gentle touch of understanding. It was in the act of forgiveness that one could truly rise, transcending the chains of the past. But amidst the beauty of these teachings, the shadows grew darker. Enoch's heart ached for those who chose ignorance over enlightenment, who turned a blind eye to the wisdom that surrounded them. He spoke fervently of the importance of knowledge, not just for the self but for the greater good. To be wise is to illuminate the path for others, he declared, knowing full well that ignorance bred fear and division. His teachings were like seeds scattered on fertile ground, But Enoch understood the struggle ahead. He envisioned the resistance, the doubt, the fear of change gripping those who clung to the familiar. "Let your hearts be strong," he urged. "For the path toward righteousness is often fraught with trials. Stand firm against the storms that will come." And then, there was the lesson of humility, one that cut deep into the prideful hearts of men. Enoch felt a surge of passion as he explained that true greatness came not from power, but from the ability to serve. He envisioned leaders stepping down from their pedestals, choosing to walk among the people, sharing their burdens and joys alike. "In humility lies the strength to uplift others," he whispered, his voice laced with emotion, as he saw the faces of a new generation ignited by the prospect of change. It was a storm of feeling that swirled around him, a cacophony of hope and despair, as he transitioned toward the final lesson, the power of love. Enoch knew that love transcended all barriers, a force that could heal the world's wounds. "It is love that binds us," he exclaimed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "And it is this love that can bring light into the darkest corners of our hearts." As he spoke, the very air crackled with the intensity of his passion, igniting a fire in the hearts of his listeners. He envisioned a world blooming with compassion, laughter, and unwavering support, a world that could rise from ashes of despair and embrace the beauty of connection. In that moment, as his voice echoed into the night, Enoch knew he had ignited a spark. But the journey was far from over, and the weight of his teachings hung in the air like a thick fog. The path ahead was uncertain, but the seeds of change had been planted, and the story of moral awakening was just beginning to unfold. In a world where darkness threatened to engulf the hearts of men, there stood a figure wrapped in an aura of unwavering devotion. Enoch, a man of flesh and spirit, walked among the shadows of a civilization straying from the light. His heart beat with a rhythm of love and obedience, echoing against the backdrop of a society consumed by greed and moral decay. The air buzzed with whispers of doubt, but Enoch's faith shone like a beacon, casting a glow that dared others to follow. His days unfolded in a routine that seemed ordinary on the surface, yet beneath it lay a profound commitment to righteousness. The early morning sun broke through the clouds, bathing the earth in golden light, as Enoch knelt on the cool, damp soil of his garden. He prayed, words flowing from his lips like a gentle stream, each syllable a testament to his faith. A praying man in a world indifferent to the divine, he found solace in the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves, feeling the presence of the Creator all around him. Neighbors watched, some with admiration, others with derision. "What good is prayer?" they scoffed, their voices laced with skepticism. But Enoch never wavered. When his heart felt heavy, he poured it out in the sacred silence, believing that his Creator heard him. His piety was a shield against the arrows of cynicism that flew from the lips of those around him. In a time when walking the righteous path seemed a fool's errand, Enoch's steadfastness was remarkable, a living testament to the power of faith. One evening, under a sky ablaze with stars, Enoch faced the greatest test of his righteousness. A great gathering unfolded in the town square, a celebration steeped in revelry, where laughter mingled with the intoxicating scent of feasting. Voices raised in joy twisted into a cacophony that pierced the quiet of the night. It was a night of indulgence, where many would abandon their principles for a moment of pleasure. Yet, as he stood at the edge of the crowd, Enoch felt a tug at his heart, a pull toward the darkness that threatened to engulf even the brightest spirits. He could feel the pull of camaraderie, the desire to join his fellow man in their fleeting joy. But as he scanned the faces illuminated by flickering torches, he saw not the faces of friends but of lost souls, drifting further from the light. Each laugh echoed in his ears, a cruel reminder of what was at stake. He turned away, the weight of the moment pressing down on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. Enoch knew that righteousness was not merely a choice. It was a mantle that required constant vigilance, a daily awakening to the call of the divine. As days turned to weeks, Enoch's resolve only grew stronger. He dedicated his life to the service of others, offering food to the hungry and comfort to the grieving. His home became a refuge, a sanctuary where weary hearts could find peace. Children would flock to him, their laughter a melody that filled his spirit with joy. They saw him not merely as a man but as a kindred spirit, a bridge between heaven and earth. Enoch listened to their stories, spoke gentle truths, and instilled in them the values that had guided his own life. But even in his service, he felt the shadow of despair creeping in. News arrived of families torn apart, communities divided by greed and hatred. Enoch's heart ached for them, his soul stirred by the cries of the lost. He knew he could not save them all, yet he prayed fervently for each twisted path, each broken heart. "Let them find you," he whispered to the night. "Let them find their way back to the light." Then came the moment that would test the limits of his faith. A great flood sculpted by divine fury loomed on the horizon. The skies darkened, and the earth trembled. Fear gripped the hearts of the people as they scrambled and fought for survival. Enoch stood steadfast, a lone figure amidst the chaos. His prayers took on urgency, and he called out to the people, urging them to turn back to righteousness. "Repent! Seek the truth!" he cried. Yet their ears were deafened by panic, their hearts hardened against his words. As the torrents of rain swept through the land, Enoch found himself standing at the threshold of his home, watching the floodwaters rise. He could hear the cries for help, the desperate pleas drowning in the storms. Each sound pierced his heart, a reminder of a world spiraling away from the light he cherished. But he stood firm, an unwavering pillar amid tumult. With every drop of rain, he felt his prayers rise higher, becoming a lifeline for the lost. And then, in that moment of despair, something extraordinary happened. The clouds parted slightly, revealing a faint glimmer of light that danced on the water's surface. Enoch closed his eyes, feeling a warmth wash over him. It was as if the heavens themselves were responding to his faith, filling him with a profound sense of purpose. In that instant, he understood that righteousness was not just about standing firm against temptation. It was about being a source of hope, a light in the darkness. The flood would recede, and the sun would shine again. But Enoch knew that his mission had only just begun. The world may be filled with darkness, but his heart was a garden of piety, firmly rooted in love and compassion. As he stepped back into the world, he felt his spirit lift, a promise lingering in the air. Where there was faith, there was always a chance for redemption. Enoch would continue to walk the path of righteousness, not only for himself but for all those lost souls yearning for a glimmer of hope in the shadows. In the dim glow of twilight, a figure stands on the edge of a vast desert, the sands whispering secrets of ages past. Enoch, the ancient scribe, was said to walk among both men and angels, bridging the earthly world with celestial realms. His story echoes through the annals of time, stirred to life in the pages of rabbinic literature, where every word pulsates with the tension of divine revelation and human frailty. From the moment Enoch vanished from the earthly plane, leaving behind nothing but a legacy etched into the hearts of scholars and mystics, the air thickened with anticipation. What knowledge had this enigmatic figure gleaned from the heavens? What wisdom did he carry back, hidden in the folds of his cloak? The rabbis, those sages of the past, were drawn to Enoch like moths to a flame, their hearts racing as they sought to uncover the truths nestled in his tales. His transformation into the angel Metatron stirred a sense of awe and fear among those who dared to discuss it. Here was a man who was no longer just flesh and blood. He had become a celestial being, adorned in the light of divine glory. The stories told around flickering candlelight spoke of Enoch's ascension, his voice echoing through the heavenly halls as he received divine instructions. The rabbis listened, their minds racing, forever haunted by the possibility that Enoch had achieved what they themselves dreamed of: intimacy with the divine. In the Talmud, Enoch's name emerges like a spark igniting a fire, teasing the imagination with possibilities. The discussions were as lively as the rabbinic debates themselves, exploring how one man could transform into a celestial entity, a unique bridge between heaven and earth. The sages noted how Enoch had walked with God in life, earning a place beside him in the afterlife. This wasn't merely a tale. It was a challenge, a beckoning for all to strive for that same closeness to the divine, to dare to walk in Enoch's footsteps. The fear and fascination grew as they pondered the implications of his legacy. Could every person reach such heights? The stories warned that Enoch's path wasn't without peril. He became a symbol of the tension between the mortal and the divine, a reminder that in seeking knowledge, one must tread carefully. Enoch's experience left echoes of fear in the hearts of those who contemplated the sacrilege of divine intimacy. What if, in their quest for understanding, they lost themselves? What if they dared too much? As whispers of Enoch's ascent spread, the rabbinic literature spun a rich tapestry, infusing his narrative with elements of mysticism and morality. His journey became not just an account of an individual but a cautionary tale. The sages crafted stories of how Enoch faced the celestial beings, negotiating wisdom and mercy, grappling with the weight of knowledge that could shatter hearts and minds. In receiving divine knowledge, they warned, one must be prepared to bear the burdens that come with it. In every retelling, the emotional stakes soared. Enoch became more than a figure. He transformed into a symbol of human yearning and divine grace. The fear of the unknown, the thrill of potential, and the weight of responsibility wrapped around each narrative, pulling the listeners closer, urging them to contemplate their own lives. Could they, too, reach such heights? Could they walk with God? The tension of the unanswered questions crackled in the air like a summer storm. Amidst the discussions, Enoch's writings began to circulate, filled with celestial secrets and visions that blurred the lines between reality and myth. The Book of Enoch, although often cast aside by many, became a beacon for those who dared to dream. The rabbinic discourse on these texts ignited passionate debates, voices rising and falling like waves crashing against the shore. Some praised Enoch's teachings, while others cautioned against the dangers that came from delving too deep into the mysteries of the universe. Tension mounted as scholars argued fiercely over whether Enoch's revelations were meant for all or meant to be guarded closely, like treasures hidden from unworthy eyes. This debate held an emotional weight, each side passionate and resolute, their hearts beating in rhythm with the age-old struggle between enlightenment and ignorance. The more they discussed, the more they realized that Enoch's legacy was not just about celestial aspirations but also about the human condition. His ascension served as a mirror reflecting their own desires, fears, and struggles. The stories of Enoch echoed through their hearts, forcing them to confront their own relationships with God, their own paths in life. How far would they go to seek the divine? How much were they willing to risk? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across ancient texts, the tension in the room thickened. The legacy of Enoch weaved itself into their very beings, igniting a fire within them that would not be extinguished. The air crackled with an electric urgency, a sense that something monumental was unfolding, and it wouldn't be contained within the confines of their discussions. The saga of Enoch was only just beginning to unfurl, and the threads of his legacy began to intertwine with their own lives, blurring the lines between history and their present reality. There was no end in sight, only a vast expanse of questions, stories, and the promise of revelation that awaited them. The legacy of Enoch hung like a shimmering promise, urging them onward, deeper into the mysteries of faith, existence, and the divine. The candles flickered, shadows danced, and the echoes of Enoch's journey lingered, inviting them to step closer, to listen, to believe. And as they leaned in, the stories whispered of a world just beyond their grasp, beckoning them toward an ever-unfolding horizon. The dim glow of candlelight flickered across the worn pages of ancient texts, casting shadows that danced like whispers of long-forgotten souls. In a small, austere chamber, a figure hunched over a scroll, the air thick with anticipation. This was no ordinary moment. It was a communion with the past, a reckoning with the echoes of men who had walked the earth centuries before. As his fingers traced the delicate script, a shiver of recognition pulsed through him. This was the enigmatic Book of Enoch, a text once considered scripture, now relegated to obscurity, yet still pulsing with life. The early church fathers, those titans of theological thought, grappled with the implications of Enoch's revelations. They were caught in a web of contradictions, drawn to the strange allure of a book that spoke of angels, of visions that transcended the earthly realm. Tertullian, a fiery defender of faith, could not help but be captivated by the extraordinary tales spun within Enoch's pages. He cited them with fervor, his words igniting the imaginations of those who listened. "The one who wrote of the luminaries," he said, "understood the mysteries of heaven, and we should not ignore his voice." But not all shared Tertullian's enthusiasm. The air thickened with tension as others raised their voices in dissent, questioning the authority of a text filled with otherworldly encounters. The haunting imagery of Enoch ascending to the celestial heights, guided by archangels, struck a chord of both intrigue and fear. Clement of Alexandria, a scholar with a heart yearning for wisdom, saw value in Enoch's cosmic visions. He whispered to his followers about the profound lessons hidden within, urging them to ponder the nature of divine revelation. "In Enoch, we glimpse the heart of God," he proclaimed, his eyes alight with passion. "He speaks not only of judgment but of hope and redemption." Yet, lurking in the shadows of this theological dance were the voices of the skeptics. They questioned the very legitimacy of Enoch, dismissing it as a product of heretical thought. Athanasius, the fierce champion of the Nicene faith, stood as a bulwark against such ideas. He declared in a voice that brooked no argument, "Let us not be seduced by strange writings, for they may lead us astray." The tension crackled like a storm brewing on the horizon, leaving hearts racing and minds racing faster, wondering where the truth truly lay. As the debate raged on, whispers of Enoch's prophecies echoed through the ages. The fathers, with their quills poised like swords, penned their thoughts on the divine secrets unveiled in this mysterious text. Justin Martyr, a bridge between worlds, recognized Enoch's prophetic voice and drew parallels to Christ's own teachings. His words fell like drops of rain on parched ground, nourishing the souls of those yearning for understanding. "For Enoch spoke of the coming judgment," he wrote, "and so too did our Lord. To ignore his words is to disregard the very fabric of prophecy." But there was an unquenchable thirst for knowledge that transcended the debates. The tales of Enoch, woven with celestial mysteries and divine encounters, inspired poets and mystics alike. They found their hearts beating in time with Enoch's ethereal journey, envisioning the heavenly realms he traversed. The descriptions of the watchers, fallen angels bound by chains, hung in the air like a haunting melody, each note resonating with the fears and hopes of humanity. In the dim light of those ancient chambers, the fathers didn't just argue. They felt. They felt the weight of eternity pressing against their souls, knowing that what they chose to believe shaped the very destiny of their followers. They realized Enoch was not merely a text. He was a bridge between the known and the unknown, a harbinger of truths that could not be easily dismissed. The tension in their discussions crackled with intensity as they wrestled with the implications of a world where celestial beings walked among them. Intense moments of reflection surfaced, where the silence of contemplation spoke louder than words. They pondered the call of Enoch to righteousness, the moral imperative that resounded through the ages. It was a call that echoed in their hearts, urging them to lead their flocks with integrity and fervor. The fathers were not merely scholars. They were shepherds, and Enoch's cautionary tales of judgment haunted them, propelling them to stand firm against the tide of moral decay. There were nights when the candlelight flickered more violently, as if the spirits of the past were restless. A sense of urgency gripped their hearts as they felt the weight of their decisions bearing down upon them. Would they silence Enoch and cast aside his words, or would they dare to embrace the complexities of his message? The atmosphere thickened with a mixture of hope and dread as they approached a precipice of understanding. It was during these moments of emotional turmoil that they found solace in each other, gathering in hushed circles, sharing insights and fears, their voices weaving a tapestry of faith. They recognized that Enoch's visions transcended mere doctrine. They stirred something deep within, a yearning for connection with the divine, an insatiable desire to know the heart of God. They could not ignore the vibrant life that pulsed through Enoch's words, for it was a life that beckoned them to engage with the mysteries of faith. As the echoes of their discussions reverberated through time, the heart of the early church moved ever closer to grappling with the legacy of Enoch. His story, a luminous thread woven into the fabric of their beliefs, remained a source of tension, both a gift and a challenge. The fathers faced a crossroads, standing on the brink of revelation, their hearts racing as they contemplated the truths that lay ahead. And just as the candle burned low, casting its final flicker upon the scroll, a new dawn awaited. The air shimmered with possibility, ready to carry their fervent discussions into the next chapter of history. The legacy of Enoch, far from being buried beneath the sands of time, was poised to rise again, igniting the minds and souls of those daring enough to seek the truth intertwined with the divine. The story continued, a haunting melody that beckoned forth the ages, whispering promises of wisdom and peril yet to unfold. In a dimly lit chamber, dusty scrolls scattered across a weathered wooden table, an air of mystery hung thick like a fog. The faint scent of ancient parchment mixed with the mustiness of forgotten texts, whispering tales of a man who walked with God. Enoch, a name that echoes through centuries, a name that holds secrets of heaven and earth, and a name that would ignite the fire of eschatological thought in both Judaism and Christianity. The Book of Enoch, an enigmatic text shrouded in obscurity, offers a glimpse into the cosmic drama unfolding long before the Gospels were penned. It teeters on the brink of revelation and chaos, a bridge connecting humanity with the divine. Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah, was said to have been taken to the heavens, experiencing visions that would ignite the imaginations of countless generations. He saw the heavens open, the archangels standing in their glory, and the very throne of God. His heart raced with the intensity of it all. The knowledge he gained was both a gift and a burden. In this sacred book, the threads of future hope and terrifying judgment intertwine. Descriptions of the end times, the fate of the wicked, and the promise of a coming Messiah spill forth, painting a tapestry rich with emotion and urgency. Enoch's visions are not mere fantasies. They strike at the core of human existence, reflecting the fears and hopes of people yearning for deliverance from oppression and suffering. The Watchers, fallen angels who descended to earth, became a focal point of Enoch's revelations. Their lust for mortal women led to the birth of giants, beings so powerful that they threatened the very fabric of creation. Humanity's plight deepened as these creatures roamed the earth, sowing chaos and destruction. Enoch, standing on the precipice of despair, became the reluctant messenger of divine judgment. He conveyed the grim fate awaiting the Watchers, their chains binding them in the abyss, an image that sent chills down the spines of those who dared to listen. The celestial justice of God was not just a promise, but a stark reality that would descend upon the earth like a storm. As the years unfolded, Enoch's words wove themselves into the very essence of Jewish thought, planting seeds of eschatology that would flourish throughout time. The apocalyptic visions hinted at a time when the righteous would rise, a resurrection that would transform despair into hope. Yet, the shadows of judgment loomed large, reminding believers that their choices mattered. It was a duality that tugged at the hearts of those who sought the divine. Fast forward to the early Christian era, where the echoes of Enoch's revelations found fertile ground in the teachings of Jesus and the apostles. The early Christians saw in Enoch's visions a reflection of their own struggles and aspirations. The promise of a coming kingdom resonated deeply within their hearts, igniting a fierce hope that refused to be extinguished, even in the face of persecution. They clung to Enoch's prophecies like a lifeline, believing that the veil between heaven and earth would soon be lifted. They spoke of the Son of Man, a figure who would come to judge the living and the dead, a divine reality that mirrored Enoch's descriptions. But the shadows had not vanished. They lingered like specters, haunting the sanctuaries where believers gathered. The apocalyptic fervor was palpable, the air thick with anticipation and dread. The imagery of fire and brimstone, the gathering of the faithful, and the lamentations of the damned reverberated through their gatherings. Enoch's voice, echoing across centuries, warned them of the narrow path that lay ahead. To stay true to faith amidst an age of darkness was a battle that raged not just outside but within their very souls. The image of the cosmic judgment, as detailed in the Book of Enoch, became an integral part of Christian eschatology, intertwining with the gospel narratives. The final days, the Great Tribulation, the return of Christ, all resonated with the weight of Enoch's words. This was a world on fire, a world where the faithful yearned for their Savior, their hearts pounding with dread and exhilaration. Would they be found worthy? Would they stand when the Son of Man appeared? In the dusty corners of the early Christian communities, the Book of Enoch was both revered and debated. Its authenticity was questioned, and yet its power remained undeniable. The whispers of Enoch's prophetic voice penetrated the hearts of the faithful. The vivid portrayal of heaven, of angels, and of the coming judgment beckoned them to reflect on their own lives, their own choices. Was their faith strong enough to withstand the trials that lay ahead? In those moments of reflection, faith was not a mere concept but an emotional battleground, a place where hope clashed with fear. Enoch's tales of celestial beings and divine justice stirred something deep within, an instinctual understanding that they were part of a much larger narrative, woven into the fabric of eternity. The stakes felt infinitely high, and the emotions ran deep, like a river that refused to be dammed. As the centuries rolled on, the legacy of Enoch continued to pulse with life. His influence seeped into the writings of the early church fathers, who grappled with the implications of his visions. The imagery of Enoch's judgment intertwined with their theological explorations, providing an emotional anchor for those navigating their faith in a turbulent world. Enoch became a symbol of hope and fear, a reminder that every choice echoed through eternity. The tension between divine judgment and the promise of salvation surged through the ages, fueling debates and inspiring countless seekers. The fire of eschatology burned brightly, igniting passion and urgency in the hearts of believers. The legacy of Enoch was not just a story of old, but a living testament that continued to guide, challenge, and comfort those yearning for answers in a world filled with uncertainty. In the shadows of looming judgment, the hope for redemption thrummed like a heartbeat, a melody that transcended time. Enoch's visions beckoned, promising not just an end but a new beginning, a cosmic dance where heaven and earth would unite. As the pages of history turned, the anticipation grew, echoing through the halls of faith, as believers pondered the age-old questions. What lay beyond the grave? What awaited them in the final reckoning? The answers hovered just out of reach, tantalizingly close, yet shrouded in divine mystery, ready to unfold in ways they could scarcely imagine. The sky was a canvas of swirling shades of purple and gold, the evening sun burning low on the horizon. In that fleeting moment, one might feel the presence of something ancient and powerful, a whisper from a time long past. Enoch, a name that echoes through the ages, stands as a bridge between the earthly and the divine, a figure shrouded in mystery and cradled in the arms of mysticism. For centuries, Enoch has haunted the minds of scholars and dreamers alike. His narrative, woven into the rich tapestry of various traditions, offers a glimpse into the profound and the sacred. The mere mention of his name conjures images of celestial journeys and divine revelation. He is often depicted as a seeker, a man who walked with God, and in doing so, unlocked the door to secrets that lay beyond mortal comprehension. In the world of mystical traditions, Enoch is not merely a figure from biblical texts, but a symbol of enlightenment, transformation, and the relentless quest for truth. To understand the depths of Enoch's symbolism, one must gaze at the scrolls that speak of his ascension. Historians recall the enigmatic Book of Enoch, a text that dares to tread where few would follow. Written in a time when the world grappled with the duality of light and darkness, this book offers a glimpse into the heavenly realms. It paints Enoch as a visionary, a man entrusted with divine knowledge that could illuminate the paths taken by souls wandering in shadow. Enoch's journey is not just a tale. It is a metaphor for every soul yearning for connection with the divine. In the throbbing heart of mystical traditions, Enoch stands as a figure of transformation. His ascent into the heavens is seen as a powerful symbol of spiritual elevation. Those who have sought to understand the nuances of his journey often speak of the importance of the number 7, echoing throughout the mystical landscape. 7 heavens, 7 archangels, 7 is the number of perfection, of completion. As Enoch transcended the earthly plane, He traversed these 7 layers of existence, each one a lesson, a trial, a revelation. The symbolism of this number resonates deeply, urging seekers to embark on their own paths of self-discovery. With every step he took through those celestial realms, Enoch gathered wisdom that would forever change his essence. The archangels, resplendent in their divine glory, imparted knowledge that would be revered and feared. They revealed to him the mysteries of creation, the workings of the cosmos, and the fragile balance between good and evil. Enoch's role transformed. He became not just a messenger but a guardian of secrets, tasked with sharing what he learned with humanity. In a world rife with chaos and confusion, his journey serves as a guiding star for those who dare to seek. Yet, the story does not simply linger in the light. Shadows lurk in the corners. Enoch's encounters with the fallen angels, the Watchers, introduce a stark contrast to his divine ascension. These beings, once celestial, now tread a darker path, embodying the eternal struggle between light and shadow. Their story intertwines with Enoch's, representing the choices that every individual faces in their quest for higher knowledge. The tension between the divine and the corrupted runs deep, urging readers to reflect on their own choices, their own paths. In mystical circles, Enoch is often associated with wisdom and prophecy, a figure who navigated the complexities of the human experience to emerge unscathed. His ability to interpret dreams and visions speaks to a universal longing for clarity. Throughout history, those who sought to understand the unseen have looked to Enoch as a source of inspiration. His symbolism resonates in the teachings of Kabbalah, where he is seen as a precursor to the mystic sages who followed. In the rich tapestry of Jewish mysticism, Enoch's legacy thrives, his essence infused into the quest for divine union. The echoes of Enoch's story can be felt in other traditions as well. In Gnosticism, he becomes a figure of divine light, representing the soul's desire to return to its source. The idea of gnosis, knowledge of the divine, aligns perfectly with Enoch's journey, as he embodies the pursuit of higher understanding. The parallels weave a complex narrative that transcends cultures and eras, a testament to the universal nature of his symbolism. Each tradition adds a new layer to his story, enriching the understanding of what it means to seek the divine. As night falls, the stars begin to twinkle, each one a reminder of the countless souls who have walked the earth in search of meaning. Enoch's legacy is not confined to ancient texts. It courses through the veins of humanity. Those who have felt the pull of the cosmos, who have dared to dream beyond the mundane, find solace in his story. The sensation of goosebumps ripples through anyone who contemplates the vastness of existence and the possibility of touching the divine. In the silence of the night, Enoch's spirit lingers, whispering to those who listen. He is a guide for the lost, a beacon for the seekers. His symbolism invites reflection on the eternal dance between light and darkness, knowledge and ignorance. Each heartbeat echoes the quest for truth, urging individuals to confront their own shadows and rise above. The struggle, the pain, the joy of transformation, all are woven into the fabric of Enoch's journey. With each passing moment, the tension builds, a reminder that the pursuit of wisdom is fraught with challenges. Enoch's story is a reflection of the human spirit, resilient, curious, and unyielding. As individuals grapple with their own paths, they are continually reminded of the legacy left behind by Enoch. His symbolism resonates deeply, beckoning all to rise, to seek, and to embrace the unknown. And as the evening deepens, the world holds its breath, poised for the next revelation that will come from the shadows. The journey does not end. It transforms, looping back into the endless quest for understanding, echoing Enoch's legacy through the ages. In a dimly lit room, dust motes danced lazily in the shafts of sunlight that filtered through grimy windows. Here, time held its breath, as if waiting for something extraordinary to unfold. The air felt electric, buzzing with unspoken secrets, as if the walls themselves were witnesses to centuries of whispers. It was in this very space that a forgotten manuscript lay hidden, its pages crumbling with age. Yet, within those fragile sheets, a world awaited, a world that would shake the foundations of history and faith. The rediscovery of Enoch began in the early 20th century, when scholars, driven by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, stumbled upon a cache of ancient texts in Ethiopia. Nestled among them were fragments of the Book of Enoch, an enigmatic work attributed to the great-grandfather of Noah, but long dismissed and shunned by mainstream religious thought. The whispers of the past grew louder, echoing through the hallways of academia. What secrets did this text hold? Could it truly bridge the gap between heaven and earth? As the scholars pored over the weathered pages, they were struck by Enoch's vivid descriptions of his journeys through the heavens. He spoke of angelic beings, of divine judgment, and of celestial secrets. Each word was a thread woven into the fabric of a grand tapestry that transcended time. The more they read, the more the scholars felt a deep connection to this ancient figure who had walked so closely with God. Goosebumps spread over their arms, an unshakable feeling that history was reaching out, pulling them into its embrace. The tale of Enoch was not merely one of a man. It was a saga of cosmic significance. The scholars found themselves caught in a whirlwind of emotion. Fear and awe intertwined as they realized the implications of Enoch's revelations. He had witnessed the heavenly realms firsthand, been chosen to carry messages from the Almighty. And yet, here it all lay, buried and forgotten, waiting for someone brave enough to unearth it. In an old library, one scholar felt a pulse of excitement ripple through him as he traced a finger along the lines of the text, feeling each curve and swoop of the ancient language. With every letter, he sensed a heartbeat, a life that transcended the centuries. The ink was faded, but its power was undeniable. It whispered to him, calling out, urging him to pay attention. This is more than a story, it seemed to say. This is a message. In the streets of Jerusalem, the air was thick with anticipation as rumors of the manuscript's existence spread. A mix of skeptics and believers gathered, each drawn by a different kind of hunger. The believers felt their hearts race, sensing an awakening of their faith as they recalled Enoch's promise of divine truth. The skeptics, however, were fueled by skepticism, questioning the validity of texts that challenged their understanding of the world. A heated debate unfolded beneath the ancient stones of the city, voices rising and falling like a tide. Some declared the Book of Enoch as a treasure, a source of wisdom for the ages. Others denounced it as heretical, a dangerous deviation from the established doctrines. The tension crackled in the air as the crowd swelled, each person grappling with the weight of their beliefs. Yet, deep within the heart of the debate, a young woman named Miriam felt an unmistakable pull toward Enoch's message. She had spent her life searching for answers to the questions that haunted her spirit. As she listened to the arguments, she felt a fire ignite within her. Could this ancient text be the key to understanding the mysteries of existence? Did Enoch's journey through the heavens hold the wisdom she had been craving? As night fell, the city buzzed with fervor. Scholars and laypeople alike found themselves drawn to the flickering glow of candlelight, where discussions continued late into the night. Enoch's tales became the fuel for dreams and hopes, weaving through the darkness like a warm, inviting light. The visions of angels and the promise of redemption danced in their minds, urging them to believe in the extraordinary. But not everyone welcomed Enoch's return. A powerful figure lurked in the shadows, a high priest who felt threatened by the resurgence of an ancient text that challenged his authority. He had built his life upon established rituals and doctrines, and the thought of a new narrative unraveling his worldview filled him with dread. Desperation clawed at his insides as he plotted to quash the growing excitement surrounding the rediscovery of Enoch. He understood the power of words and how they could ignite revolutions or unite souls. Amidst the unfolding drama, Miriam's heart raced. A mission began to form within her, a drive to share the revelations of Enoch with the world. She envisioned gatherings where people could come together to discuss and reflect upon the wisdom of the ages. Her passion ignited a flicker of hope in those around her, as they began to see Enoch not just as a historical figure, but as a friend, a guide who had navigated the divine mysteries alongside them. In a fateful encounter, Miriam found herself standing before a group of eager listeners, her voice trembling with emotion. As she recounted Enoch's encounters with the heavenly hosts, The audience leaned in, enraptured. They could feel the energy of Enoch's story washing over them, stirring something deep within. Tears glistened in the eyes of the listeners, the realization dawning that they were not alone in their search for truth. The high priest watched from afar, fury twisting his features. He could feel the tide turning, the burgeoning movement gaining momentum. With each passing day, he sensed his grip on tradition slipping further away. He plotted, gathering allies who shared his views. The stakes grew higher, and the battle lines were drawn between those who embraced the rediscovery of Enoch and those who clung to the old ways. As tensions mounted, Miriam stood at the center of it all, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The rediscovery of Enoch was not just a historical event. It was a spiritual awakening that threatened to change the course of lives forever. The manuscript, once silent, now beckoned a world ready to listen. The echoes of Enoch's voice rang out, calling for truth, understanding, and a connection to the divine that transcended the constraints of time. With each passing day, the momentum grew stronger, and the stakes climbed higher. Would the world embrace the revelations contained within the crumbling pages, or would it succumb to the fear of change? The very essence of faith was being rewritten, and amid the uncertainty, a spark of hope ignited, drawing together the hearts of those who dared to believe. The rediscovery of Enoch was just beginning, and the journey was fraught with emotion, tension, and the unquenchable thirst for truth, pulling everyone into its orbit, leaving them breathless for what was to come next. The sky darkened as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an otherworldly glow over the ancient hills of Judea. Shadows whispered secrets of a time long past, where the air was thick with the scent of incense and mystery. All around, the echoes of lost knowledge reverberated, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. Enoch, a name that slipped through the cracks of history like grains of sand, became a beacon of wisdom that illuminated the dark corners of the human soul. Enoch, the seventh generation after Adam, walked the earth as a man of profound connection to the divine. His life, a tapestry woven with threads of faith and understanding, set him apart from his contemporaries. He was not merely a figure in the distant past. He was a bridge between heaven and earth, a mediator who ascended to celestial realms, enveloped in divine light. In this ascent, Enoch gained insights into the very fabric of the universe, insights that would later ignite a spiritual revolution. As the years passed, Enoch's legacy transformed into a haunting melody that danced through the halls of Kabbalistic thought. The Kabbalists, seekers of truth, were captivated by his story. They believed Enoch had not just walked with God. He had stood in the presence of the ineffable. His disappearance from the earthly realm, taken by God, hinted at the profound mysteries beyond human comprehension. Enoch became the archetype of the mystical seeker, embodying the quest for knowledge that lay buried within the layers of existence. In the sacred texts, Enoch's name glimmered like a star in a darkened sky. He was portrayed as the scribe of heaven, entrusted with the secrets of creation. The Book of Enoch, attributed to him, was a treasure trove of hidden messages and revelations that resonated deeply within Kabbalistic thought. It spoke of the celestial hierarchy, the angels who served the divine, and the intricate dance of cosmic energies. For Kabbalists, Enoch stood as a testament to the belief that understanding the divine order was not just a privilege but a necessity for the soul's elevation. The Kabbalists believed that Enoch's teachings had the power to awaken the dormant spirit within every individual. He became a symbol of transformation, a guide who illuminated the path to the divine. The notion of the Merkava, or divine chariot, emerged from his experiences, emphasizing the importance of mystical ascent through meditation and contemplation. Enoch's influence surged like a tidal wave, reshaping the spiritual landscape and allowing practitioners to envision themselves as participants in a cosmic drama. In the isolated corners of synagogues and the quiet havens of scholars, discussions about Enoch ignited fervor and passion. The air crackled with excitement as Kabbalists contemplated the implications of his teachings. They felt a pulse of energy, a rhythm that resonated with the heartbeat of creation itself. Enoch's impact on Kabbalistic thought was like a match to dry wood, igniting an inferno of inspiration and understanding that would illuminate generations to come. Yet, not all were comfortable with the power Enoch wielded. Some saw him as a threat, a figure whose divine rapport could unearth truths too profound for ordinary minds. The struggle between light and shadow echoed through the ages. As Enoch's legacy attracted both reverence and skepticism, the tension hung heavy in the air, like a storm brewing on the horizon, ready to unveil hidden truths or unleash chaos. As time wore on, the mystical currents within Kabbalistic teachings began to weave Enoch's essence into their very fabric. The Sphirot, the 10 attributes through which the divine interacts with the world, mirrored Enoch's journey. Each step he took through the celestial realms became a vital thread in the tapestry of creation. He embodied the very principles the Kabbalists sought to understand: wisdom, understanding, compassion, and strength. Enoch was no longer just a name. He was an experience, a spiritual awakening that coursed through the veins of those who sought deeper meaning. The stories of Enoch spread like wildfire, crossing borders and cultural boundaries. His teachings, once confined to the esoteric circles of Judea, reached the broader Jewish and even Christian mystical traditions. Enoch's impact was not limited to a single faith but became a universal symbol of the quest for knowledge. His figure stood tall, silhouetted against the vast horizon of enlightenment, beckoning seekers from all walks of life to step into the light. Yet, as the wheel of time turned, the echoes of Enoch's wisdom began to lose their clarity. Some scholars feared that the profound insights he represented might fade into obscurity, diluted by the passage of time. Yet, the heart of Kabbalistic thought beat stronger than ever, pulsing with the essence of Enoch. His influence reshaped the very way followers approached the divine, guiding them toward inner reflection and a personal relationship with God. In secret gatherings, Kabbalists whispered Enoch's name, each syllable infused with reverence. They understood that his path was not just a story of the past. It was an invitation to look within, to forge a connection with the infinite. The teachings inspired a generation of mystics who sought to unravel the mysteries of the universe and their own souls, all while Enoch's spirit lingered, a watchful guardian over their explorations. As the moon cast its silver light over the ancient stones, the teachings of Enoch shimmered like stars in the night sky, a reminder of the mysteries that lay ahead. The quest for understanding continued, shaping lives and destinies, all intertwined in a cosmic dance that transcended time. Enoch's impact on Kabbalistic thought became not just a legacy but a living force, propelling seekers forward, urging them to reach higher and dig deeper. The story of Enoch was far from over. It was an eternal cycle, a spiral of wisdom and enlightenment that beckoned the brave and the curious to keep seeking, keep asking, and never stop yearning. In the shadow of mountains that brushed against the heavens, the stories of ancient prophets danced in the air, whispering secrets of a time long past. Among them, the figure of Enoch loomed large, a man who walked with God, earning a place in the annals of faith that would ripple through generations, transcending the boundaries of cultures and traditions. His legacy, intricately woven into the fabric of Islamic tradition, was not just a tale of divinity, but an echo of humanity's search for meaning, guidance, and hope. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the land, the story of Enoch began to unfold in the minds of those who sought wisdom. Known in Islam as Idris, he was a prophet whose name carried a weighty significance. When the first whispers of his life reached the ears of believers, they found inspiration in the notion that he was the first to write, the first to carve knowledge into the stone of history. What did it mean to be the scribe of God? To transcribe the divine messages that would guide countless souls for centuries? This question lingered like incense in the air, igniting a fire of curiosity in the hearts of those who learned of his tale. Idris was more than a prophet. He was a bridge between the earthly realm and the celestial. His remarkable journey to the heavens, as told in the Quran, sparked awe and wonder, and mention in the book Idris. Indeed, he was a man of truth and a prophet, and we raised him to a high station. The simplicity of the words belied the grandeur of his existence. The idea that he ascended to heaven, gifted with knowledge and wisdom from God, sent shivers through those who pondered the depths of faith. How could one man achieve such a profound connection with the Almighty? The question lingered, hanging heavy in the air, teasing the imagination. Echoes of Enoch's influence seeped into the lives of countless believers, shaping their understanding of prophecy and divine communication. The stories told around flickering fires held an electric charge, igniting the hearts of listeners. They felt the weight of his legacy, a sense of belonging to a greater story that stretched back through the ages, connecting them to the divine. As the flames danced, the faces around the fire glowed with reverence and curiosity, holding on to each word as if it were a treasure. In the Islamic tradition, Enoch's legacy was imbued with layers of meaning, reflecting the complexities of faith, obedience, and the pursuit of knowledge. His role as a prophet was highlighted by his dedication to teaching humanity, urging them to seek wisdom and enlightenment. The tales of his life were not just stories. They were lessons wrapped in emotion, urging believers to embrace knowledge and to recognize the importance of literacy in connecting with God. As the words spoke of his teachings, scenes unfolded in the minds of listeners. Children gathering around him, eager to absorb every morsel of wisdom, eyes wide with wonder and hearts open to the divine. Yet, the shadows of doubt loomed large in the belief of many. The story of Enoch was often intertwined with the myths and uncertainties of human existence. What if his ascension to heaven was merely a metaphor? What if his teachings were shrouded in layers of interpretation, twisting and turning like a river through the valleys of time? These questions sparked heated debates, fueling passionate discussions that ignited the spirits of those who sought truth. The tension in the air was palpable, as belief and skepticism collided, each side vying for clarity in the haze of ancient stories. In the grand tapestry of Islamic tradition, the threads of Enoch's influence extended far beyond his role as a prophet. He became a symbol of hope, a reminder of the possibility of divine connection and understanding. Stories of his life inspired poets and thinkers, their hearts stirred by the prospect of transcending the earthly struggles that weighed heavily upon them. Every verse written in his honor became a melody of faith, resonating through the ages, echoing through the streets and into the hearts of those yearning for a glimpse of the divine. As night fell, the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds across the sky, a scene reminiscent of the tales of Idris, who, according to tradition, was said to have been among the first to study the stars. This celestial connection added another layer to his legacy, intertwining the worlds of the divine and the tangible. Believers looked up, dreaming of the infinite, inspired by the idea that knowledge could illuminate their paths, guiding them toward a deeper understanding of their existence. The stories of Enoch didn't just fade into whispers. They birthed movements, inspiring scholars and mystics alike. The mystical interpretations of his life gave rise to the exploration of angelology, where angels became messengers of God, bridging the gap between the human and the divine. Each new interpretation sparked more questions, igniting a fire of inquiry that refused to be extinguished. In the quiet corners of ancient libraries, the teachings of Enoch found refuge. Scholars would gather, their brows furrowed in concentration as they pored over texts and parchments, deciphering the hidden meanings. The atmosphere was electric, charged with the excitement of discovery and the weight of history. Here, the influence of Enoch transformed into a quest for understanding, a relentless pursuit of the divine that brought both anguish and joy. With every passing generation, the legacy of Enoch evolved, twisting and turning like the branches of an ancient tree. His teachings became intertwined with the lives of those who sought truth, feeding into the narratives of future prophets and shaping the religious landscape of entire cultures. Each retelling of his story was a thread woven into the fabric of belief, connecting the hearts of believers across time and space. As the night deepened, the flickering light of faith continued to shine brightly, illuminating the path toward understanding. The whispered stories of Enoch spread like wildfire, igniting hope and uncertainty in equal measure. The influence of this ancient prophet continued to ripple through the lives of those who dared to dream, to question, and to seek, forever leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of believers navigating their own intricate paths through the world. A chilling wind whispered through the ancient texts, carrying the weight of forgotten tales and unanswered questions. Enoch, the ethereal figure shrouded in mystery, appeared not just in dusty scrolls, but leaped into vibrant life across pages of literature and screens of modern media. The allure of his story, one of ascent, divine encounters, and the tantalizing brush with the forbidden, pulled countless creators and storytellers into its orbit. In the literary world, the mention of Enoch ignites a spark of curiosity. He is not merely a character. He embodies the bridge between humanity and the divine. In the apocalyptic texts, like the Book of Enoch, he stands as a prophet, walking with angels, witnessing visions that would haunt the hearts of men. This ancient narrative finds its echoes in contemporary works, where Enoch is more than a footnote. He becomes a symbol of those seeking truth beyond the veil of ordinary life. The thrill of his stories lies in the promise of enlightenment, yet they come wrapped in an unsettling shroud of dread. In books like The Secret Book of Enoch, the pages thrum with the electric tension of forbidden knowledge. Enoch's journeys through the heavens, where he meets archangels and glimpses the cosmos, stir a longing for connection with the divine. Authors weave his essence into their narratives, crafting characters who encounter angels and demons, reflecting Enoch's intrigue. Each line ignites imaginations, evoking both awe and fear, as readers grapple with the implications of such divine secrets. The thrill of encountering the great unknown, the very essence of Enoch, leaves them breathless, eager to unravel what lies beyond their understanding. Film and television have also taken up the mantle of Enoch, boldly bringing his story to the silver screen. In a world where visual storytelling reigns, Enoch's narrative offers a ripe canvas for cinematic exploration. With the flick of a switch, audiences are whisked away into realms where the lines between heaven and earth blur. Scenes drenched in ethereal light draw viewers into a world where divine beings mingle with humans, echoing the age-old struggle of faith and doubt. The tension mounts as characters face moral dilemmas, reflecting Enoch's own trials, each choice steeped in consequences that ripple through time. In Constantine, Enoch's legacy flickers in the background, a haunting reminder that the supernatural lurks just beneath the surface of our reality. The series evokes a palpable fear of the unseen, mirroring the apprehension felt when reading about Enoch's encounters with the Watchers, fallen angels who dared to tread the boundaries of divine law. The actors breathe life into these age-old themes, their performances reflecting the turmoil and yearning that have characterized humanity's search for meaning throughout the ages. Graphic novels and comic series have also embraced Enoch, positioning him as a figure of rebellion against a stifling order. The visuals splash across the page, bold and vivid, echoing the intensity of Enoch's celestial adventures. Artists capture the tumult of his spirit, the conflicted nature of humanity grappling with divine expectations. Readers are treated to breathtaking depictions of Enoch's encounters, where every stroke of the brush pulls them deeper into a world fueled by both wonder and dread. Music, too, has found its muse in the tale of Enoch. Bands and composers weave melodies infused with the essence of angels and demons, their lyrics echoing themes of ascension, loss, and redemption. Each note reverberates with the history of a man who dared to ascend beyond the earthly realm. And as the music swells, listeners are carried away on a tide of raw emotion. The blend of haunting melodies and profound lyrics beckons the spirit to reflect, stirring a sense of longing for the inexplicable. The thrill of Enoch's story transcends generations, his influence seeping into the very fabric of popular culture. From novels that tug at the heartstrings to films that challenge the soul, the narrative of Enoch remains a potent symbol of humanity's eternal struggle with faith, knowledge, and the unknown. Each retelling serves as a link in an unbroken chain, connecting the past to the present, igniting discussions about destiny and divine will. In digital realms, Enoch finds new life in video games, where players navigate choices that echo his own, tempering moral dilemmas against the backdrop of an ever-changing world. The stakes feel real, and as avatars traverse through ethereal landscapes, the echoes of Enoch's journey resonate, urging players to ponder the balance of power and responsibility. Every challenge becomes a reflection of Enoch's own trials, a reminder that even the chosen face formidable tests. As Enoch flickers through the pages of literature, the frames of film, the strokes of art, and the rhythm of music, one thing is clear. His story is far from over. Each retelling adds layers to his legacy, inviting new interpretations and emotional depths. The haunting whispers of Enoch linger, prompting a collective wonder about what awaits beyond the threshold of our understanding. The tension builds, leaving a sense of anticipation in the air, a promise of revelations yet to come. In this vibrant tapestry woven through time, Enoch remains a beacon of intrigue, beckoning creators and audiences alike to ponder the mysteries hidden in the shadows of existence. In the flickering shadows of ancient scrolls, a figure emerges, cloaked in mystery and echoing through the ages. Enoch, a name that sends shivers down spines, igniting the flames of debate and awe. The air crackles with tension as scholars, theologians, and lay people grapple with the tumultuous legacy of this enigmatic patriarch. What lies within the pages of the Book of Enoch has stirred hearts and minds for centuries, a narrative that raises questions about faith, divinity, and the very nature of humanity. As dusk falls, the candlelight casts eerie shapes on the walls of a dimly lit study, where an eager theologian pores over the ancient text. His fingers tremble, not from anxiety but from the weight of the revelations that spill from the worn pages. The Book of Enoch is notorious for challenging the boundaries of orthodox belief, raising eyebrows and igniting heated discussions. Angels and demons dance across the texts, each mention of the fallen one sending chills down the spine. The Watchers, those celestial beings who descended to earth and defied their heavenly mandates, evoke images of temptation and rebellion, drawing parallels to the first sin in the garden. Could it be that there was more truth hidden in the tales of Enoch than the rigid dogma allowed? As he reads, a silence blankets the room, thick and heavy, as if the very atmosphere is aware of the sacred secrets being unearthed. Each sentence drips with urgency, revealing visions of the heavenly realm and prophecies of judgment that echo through the corridors of time. Enoch's celestial ascension, how he walked with God and was taken up into the heavens, sparks a fire that flickers in the heart of every reader. Can one truly stand before the divine? Can mere mortals grasp the vastness of such a connection? Yet not everyone shares this awe. The theological landscape is fraught with strife. The early church, striving to define its identity, wrestled with the implications of Enoch's existence. Was he a prophet, a visionary, or merely a legend? The whispers of doubt grow louder. Is the Book of Enoch divinely inspired, or is it merely a collection of fanciful tales? The tension thickens as debates rage on the dusty floors of ancient synagogues and the marble halls of early Christian councils. The stakes are high. Eternal truths hang in the balance, and the voices of the faithful clash with the skepticism of the learned. As the candle flickers, shadows dance, and the theologian is transported to a gathering of early church fathers. Their faces are etched with concern, brows furrowed as they argue passionately about the nature of revelation. One voice rises above the others, declaring with fervor, "If we accept Enoch, we risk unearthing a Pandora's box of beliefs that could unravel our very understanding of salvation." A murmur of agreement ripples through the assembly, a hesitance to embrace the unfamiliar. The Book of Enoch tells of the fate of the wicked, the terrible punishments awaiting those who stray from the path of righteousness. What if these visions of divine judgment painted a darker picture of God than they were prepared to accept? In the midst of this ideological tug-of-war, the air grows thick with anticipation. Suddenly, a daring voice challenges the status quo, speaking of the wisdom contained within Enoch's words. Could it be that Enoch speaks truths that our faith has overlooked? The room falls silent, hearts pounding in the stillness as eyes widen. The seeds of doubt take root, intertwining with the established beliefs that had been held so fiercely. Meanwhile, whispers of Enoch's account of the Watchers spread like wildfire among the people. The allure of forbidden knowledge calls to those seeking answers in a world filled with darkness and despair. The fallen angels, those who defied the heavenly order, become icons of rebellion and misunderstood longing. Could such beings truly have fallen from grace, or were they merely misunderstood? The implications are staggering, sending ripples through communities that have clung to their traditions for centuries. In the shadows, a different scene unfolds. A group of skeptics gathers in the back alleys of the ancient city, tossing around fragments of the Book of Enoch like a game of cards. They challenge one another, each argument sharper than the last. If Enoch is to be believed, what does that say about our understanding of sin? What does it mean for the very fabric of our faith? Their voices rise, growing more impassioned, as the ghosts of the past seem to hover close, listening intently. The tension is palpable. The stakes have never been higher. As the night deepens, the candle flickers one last time before extinguishing itself, plunging the room into darkness. It is in this void that the echoes of controversy find new life. Enoch's legacy is far from settled. It swirls in the air like a restless spirit, waiting for the next voice to rise and claim its story. Questions hang heavily, begging for resolution and yet fueling the fire of inquiry. The heart races with anticipation for what comes next. Where will these theological battles lead? With the dawn on the horizon, hope intertwines with uncertainty, and the path of faith seems as murky as the depths of the night. The figure of Enoch remains a beacon, casting light and shadow through the complexities of belief. The pages of history turn, whispering secrets that refuse to be silenced, inviting the next chapter of debate, the next seeker of truth to step into the fray. The tale of Enoch is far from over, and the world holds its breath, waiting for what will unfold next in this intricate web of faith, doubt, and celestial intrigue. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting jagged shadows across ancient stone walls. In a world shrouded in mystery, Enoch stood as a figure on the precipice of the known and unknown, a man whose very name echoed through the ages. He was an ordinary man who walked among the people, yet his spirit soared far beyond the confines of earthly existence. As the night fell, whispers of his encounters filled the air, tales of celestial journeys and divine revelations. Enoch was not just a man. He was a messenger, a bridge between heaven and earth. His writings, captured in a collection known as the Book of Enoch, became a cornerstone of apocalyptic literature, a genre that sent shivers down the spines of many. The pages of this book pulsed with the urgency of impending judgment, of a world tipping on the brink of chaos. What could it mean for a mere mortal to walk with God, to be taken up into the very realms of heaven? Enoch's story began in innocence but evolved into a powerful narrative that resonated with the fears and hopes of countless generations. As the prophets spoke of impending doom, they often turned to Enoch, seeking solace and guidance from his words. His visions of the end times were not just dark portents. They were filled with a glimmer of hope and a promise of restoration. The Book of Enoch painted vivid images of the fallen angels, the watchers who descended from the heavens, seducing humanity with forbidden knowledge. Enoch's role became that of a stern warning to those who dared to stray from the path of righteousness. His encounters with these celestial beings were steeped in awe and horror, leaving readers breathless as they contemplated the consequences of their actions. The Watchers, once guardians, became harbingers of chaos, and Enoch stood as the lone voice crying out against their transgressions. Each page turned felt like a heartbeat, each passage a reminder of the delicate thread that held humanity's fate in balance. Enoch's visions unfolded like a dramatic play, where the stakes were nothing less than the survival of the soul. The imagery was stark: fiery chariots racing across the sky, the earth trembling beneath the weight of divine judgment, and a sea of faces reflecting panic as they grappled with their fate. What could have inspired such powerful imagery? Perhaps it was the contrast of Enoch's humble beginnings against the grandeur of the cosmic battles he witnessed. His writings did not shy away from the grim realities of apocalyptic scenarios. The fate of cities laid to waste, the cries of the innocent caught in the maelstrom, and the stark divisions between the righteous and the wicked were all depicted with unrelenting clarity. It was as if Enoch had peered through a window into the future, and what he saw terrified him. With each vision, the urgency of Enoch's message deepened. He became the voice of the unheard, the advocate for those crushed under the weight of despair. Yet, Amid the darkness, he offered a flicker of light. Enoch described a new world, a place where righteousness reigned and sorrow ceased to exist. His visions of a renewed earth were soothing, a balm against the fears that gripped the hearts of those desperate for hope. The echoes of Enoch's influence could be felt far beyond his time. The early Christian community turned to his writings, finding in them a thread of familiarity that wove through their own beliefs about the end of days. They saw in Enoch a precursor to their Savior, a figure who had tasted the divine and returned with warnings and promises alike. His words became a foundation for understanding the apocalyptic themes that would run through the New Testament, a connection that sent shivers down the spines of believers and scholars alike. As centuries passed, Enoch's legacy took on a life of its own, his name enshrined in the annals of religious thought. The rhythm of his tales, a blend of terror and hope, captivated hearts and minds. Each generation breathed new life into his visions, interpreting them through the lens of their own struggles and aspirations. The fear of the unknown mingled with a yearning for redemption, creating a tapestry of emotions that was as complex as the very text of the Book of Enoch itself. In hidden chambers and dusty libraries, scholars pored over his work, seeking to decipher the deeper meanings, the layers of wisdom hidden within. Their passion mirrored that of the faithful who found in Enoch a kindred spirit, a guide through the labyrinth of uncertainty. Yet, amid all this fascination, there lay a chilling question. What if Enoch's visions were more than mere allegories? What if the warnings he issued were not just echoes of a distant past but harbingers of events yet to come? The thought lingered in the air like a heavy mist, suffocating yet electrifying. Eager minds and fervent hearts grappled with the implications of Enoch's words, seeking answers to questions that haunted their very souls. As the clock ticked and the world spun on its axis, the pace quickened. The anticipation was palpable, a tension that mounted with every sentence read, every prophecy contemplated. The stories of Enoch did not end with the closing of the book. They flowed freely into the consciousness of humanity, intertwining with the hopes and fears of every generation. Each retelling, each interpretation, breathed fresh life into his role in apocalyptic literature. Enoch remained a vital figure, his voice resonating through the ages. A whisper that could not be silenced, a call to attention that demanded to be heard. With every heartbeat, the weight of his legacy pressed upon the world, his visions lingering in the shadows, waiting to be brought back to light. The apocalyptic themes he introduced had taken root, entwining themselves within the fabric of history. As the dawn approached, and the first rays of light began to break through the darkness, Enoch's tale remained unfinished, a thread woven into the ever-unfolding story of humanity. In the shadows of ancient history, whispers of the divine often danced like flickering candle flames, casting light on the paths few dared to tread. Enoch was one of those figures, a name entwined with mystery and reverence, a man who would not taste death but instead walk with the Creator, his story echoing through the ages. He was a man of immense faith and unwavering righteousness, but more than that, Enoch was a guide, a beacon for those lost in the darkness of their own lives. Legends say that Enoch stood at a crossroads, where the mundane mingled with the celestial. Picture him, cloaked in a robe woven from the fabric of the stars, his eyes shimmering with the knowledge of the ages. He had transcended the ordinary. He had become a bridge between heaven and earth. Under the vast expanse of night, where the Milky Way shimmered like a river of diamonds, he would gaze up at the cosmos, feeling the pulse of the universe resonate within him. Each twinkle told stories of hope, despair, and the eternal struggle of mankind. In the biblical texts, Enoch was described as a man who walked with God, a phrase that carried weight and depth beyond simple comprehension. This was more than a physical act. It was an invitation into the heart of creation, a call to align one's spirit with the divine. His journey was not without trials. It was paved with struggle and doubt. Yet, each step he took resonated with purpose, a call to those who felt the weight of the world pressing down upon their shoulders. Enoch's story unfolds amidst a backdrop of an ancient society rife with corruption and moral decay. The people around him were engulfed in darkness, their hearts turning away from the light of wisdom and truth. As he walked among them, the air thick with despair, he felt the stirring of compassion in his soul. He reached out to the broken, the lost, and the weary, offering solace through his unwavering belief in a higher purpose. The spark of hope he ignited became a guiding light for countless souls wandering through the valley of shadows. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the land, Enoch gathered those willing to listen. They sat in a clearing, encircled by ancient trees that whispered secrets of the earth. With each word that fell from his lips, the air thickened with anticipation. Enoch spoke of the heavens, painting vivid images of celestial beings and their light-filled realms. He recounted visions of the divine, where angels danced and the faithful sang praises, their voices a sweet melody that wove through the very fabric of existence. His listeners, often weary from their struggles, felt their hearts quicken, a stirring of hope within. They leaned in closer, eager for the next word, the next vision he would conjure. Enoch's stories were not mere parables. They were lifelines thrown into the turbulent seas of their lives. Each tale was like a thread, pulling them toward a greater understanding of their existence, their purpose, and their connection to something far beyond their comprehension. But with every heartbeat of inspiration, shadows loomed. The darkness within the hearts of men was powerful, and Enoch often found himself at odds with those who could not see the light. They scoffed at his visions, mocked his dreams of a better world. Yet he stood firm, a steadfast guardian of truth. With every ounce of strength, he faced the storms of cynicism and doubt, for he knew the weight of his mission was not merely for himself but for all humanity. One evening, as the stars shone brightly, Enoch felt an otherworldly presence wrapping around him. In that moment, the veil between the earthly realm and the divine thinned, and he was taken up in a vision that would change everything. He found himself walking through a majestic garden, where trees bore fruit of unimaginable beauty and rivers flowed with water that sparkled like liquid crystals. Here, he was shown the tapestry of time, the intricate design of fate woven with threads of hope, despair, love, and chaos. This glimpse of the divine filled him with an indescribable peace, yet it also burdened him with a profound responsibility. He realized he had been chosen not just to walk with God, but to guide others toward their own divine paths. The weight of this knowledge pressed upon him, but so did the thrill of the mission ahead. He would not only be a messenger, he would be a guide, leading souls trapped in darkness into the light of understanding and love. Returning from the vision, Enoch felt transformed, an ever brighter flame igniting within him. He gathered the people once more, his voice ringing with newfound authority. This time he spoke not of mere stories, but of a call to action. "You are the architects of your fate," he declared, his eyes igniting with passion. "You have the power to rise above the chaos, to seek the light, and to become beacons for others." The listeners were entranced, their hearts beating in sync with his fervor. They felt the truth of his words resonating within them, awakening dormant sparks of hope and courage. Enoch had become their heavenly guide, leading them from the shadows into the brilliance of possibility. As they stood together beneath the vast night sky, they felt as if the stars themselves were watching, waiting, and cheering them on. Yet, as Enoch continued to inspire, the darkness did not retreat quietly. Spies whispered in the shadows, plotting against him, their hearts consumed by envy and fear. The more he illuminated paths for others, the more they sought to extinguish his light. But Enoch, with his spirit ignited by divine purpose, remained undeterred. He understood that true guidance often came with trials, that the path to the divine was seldom easy. As the stakes rose, Enoch found himself on a precipice of destiny, standing at the edge of both heaven and earth. The riches of his messages flowed like a river, nourishing the souls who sought truth, but the shadows threatened to swallow him whole. It was a battle that raged not just around him but in the hearts of those who followed, a test of faith and perseverance. The story of Enoch, the heavenly guide, was far from over. It was a saga in the making, leaving a trail of hope as dark clouds gathered on the horizon. On a night draped in shadows, with the stars whispering secrets to one another, the air buzzed with an ancient energy. Enoch stood alone at the precipice of a great mystery, a figure caught between the earth below and the heavens above. His heart beat a frantic rhythm, echoing the pulse of an age-old question. Could a mere mortal truly walk among the divine? As he gazed into the vastness of the sky, a shiver of anticipation coursed through him. Enoch, the seventh from Adam, had always felt the weight of something greater pressing upon his soul. A divine spark ignited within, a calling that transcended the ordinary. In every whisper of the wind, in every flicker of the stars, he sensed an invitation, a chance to bridge the terrible chasm that separated mankind from the celestial. In the days that followed, Enoch's fame grew, not just as a man of wisdom but as a messenger of the divine. People flocked to him, drawn by the magnetic pull of his profound insights and the luminous aura of his presence. They spoke of visions, of dreams that felt like prophecies. Some claimed to hear the voice of God in the rustle of leaves when Enoch walked by. Yet, for all the admiration, a chilling truth lurked in the shadows of his destiny. The role of a mediator was not just a title. It was a burden, a heavy mantle woven with the threads of responsibility and sacrifice. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape, Enoch found himself in a grove of ancient trees. A sudden rustling broke the peaceful silence, and from the depths of the shadows emerged figures cloaked in shimmering light. They were the Watchers, celestial beings charged with observing humanity, but now they bore an urgent message. Enoch felt his breath hitch in his throat. Their presence filled the air with an overwhelming sense of purpose. Enoch, their leader, spoke, his voice like distant thunder. You have been chosen to ascend, to bridge the divide between the divine and the mortal. In that moment, the enormity of his calling crashed over him like a tidal wave. He felt small, yet powerful, a single thread in a vast tapestry woven by the hands of the Almighty. The visit marked a turning point in Enoch's life. He began to understand the true weight of his role. The concept of the divine mediator took root in his heart, blossoming like a flower in the spring. It was not merely an exalted title. It was a path paved with trials, sacrifices, and revelations. Enoch immersed himself in prayer, seeking wisdom and clarity. He engaged in long discussions with the Watchers, learning of their insights into the nature of humanity and the divine. The bond they shared became a source of strength, yet it also deepened his sense of isolation. As he journeyed through time, the world around him was rife with turmoil. Kings rose and fell, nations crumbled under the weight of their own excesses, and humanity grappled with its darker instincts. Enoch felt the pulse of despair in the hearts of the people, their cries echoing through the ages. He envisioned himself as their advocate, their voice in the court of heaven. But the more he saw, the heavier his heart grew. How much could one man bear? The stakes were staggering, and the sense of urgency grew ever more palpable. A pivotal moment arrived when Enoch stood before a massive gathering, the people hanging on his every word. He spoke passionately of justice, mercy, and the possibility of divine intervention. Tears glistened in the eyes of those who heard him, for they felt the truth in his voice. In that moment, he became not just a mediator, but a beacon of hope. Enoch's journey transcended the physical. It became a spiritual odyssey that challenged the boundaries between heaven and earth. Yet, dark clouds loomed at the edges of his vision. The Watchers warned him of impending judgment, of the consequences of humanity's choices. Doubt crept in, a creeping shadow that threatened to extinguish the flame of hope he had ignited. Would his efforts be in vain? Would the people he fought for turn their backs on the light? Enoch wrestled with these fears, his nights restless, haunted by visions of despair. As he pondered these weighty thoughts, a celestial light engulfed him one fateful night. In that moment, transcendent beings surrounded him, their presence wrapping around him like an embrace. They conveyed not just knowledge, but a powerful urgency, a reminder that every act of love, every cry for justice, was heard. They urged him to continue his mission, to be the voice that echoed through the corridors of time. With renewed fervor, Enoch stepped into the world, embodying the essence of the divine mediator. He walked among the people, breathed their air, and cried their tears. There were moments of joy, laughter, and celebration, but also deep sorrow, children mourning lost parents, lovers separated by war, the despairing cries of those who felt unseen. Each moment wove into him like threads in a grand tapestry, binding him closer to the suffering and love of humanity. With every step, Enoch felt the weight of his calling. He understood that he was building a bridge, not just for himself but for everyone who yearned for connection with the divine. The air crackled with emotion. The weight of responsibility blended with the sweetness of hope. Enoch knew he had to go deeper, to seek the heart of God itself, to bring back words of comfort and light. His last encounter with the Watchers brought clarity. They revealed that he was not merely a mediator. He was a channel for the divine will. He felt a surge of energy course through him, igniting every fiber of his being. The message was clear. The role of the divine mediator was not just to speak for the people, but to embody the voice of the divine in the world. With the stars shimmering above him, Enoch felt the spirit of something profound stir within. He was not just a man. He was a testament to the possibility of transformation, an embodiment of hope in a fractured world. As he looked upward, he could almost hear the whispers of the cosmos, urging him forward. What lay ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. His journey had only just begun, and the divine awaited his next step with bated breath. In a time when the air crackled with the weight of prophecy and the whispers of the ancients danced through the shadows, there stood a figure whose name would echo through the ages, Enoch. Just as a name can hold the power of 1,000 stories, Enoch's name was a key, unlocking the doors to profound mysteries and unspoken truths. Beneath the surface of this simple name lay layers of meaning that could ignite the imagination and send shivers of understanding down the spine. As the sun dipped below the horizon in the dusty land of antiquity, the twilight painted the world in shades of gold and deep indigo. Enoch, a man of unusual righteousness, found himself walking through a realm of celestial wonder and earthly toil. His very name, a gift from the heavens, carried the essence of his character. In Hebrew, Enoch means dedicated or consecrated. It spoke of a life devoted to the divine, a life that stood apart from the chaos of a fallen world. The weight of this name was not lost on him. It was a mantle he wore with both pride and humility, a badge of honor that defined his existence. As Enoch moved among his people, the significance of his name became apparent to all who met him. He was not just a man. He was a beacon of light in a darkening world. The stories of his wisdom spread like wildfire, captivating hearts and minds. His name was a testament to his unwavering commitment to God, a promise that echoed in the hearts of those who yearned for truth and guidance. Dedicated, they would whisper in reverence as he passed by, eyes shining with the light of faith, an embodiment of the very meaning of his name. In the annals of history, the name Enoch appears alongside tales of extraordinary feats. His lineage, traced back to Adam, bore the weight of prophecy. He was a great-grandfather of Noah, a man who would one day face the torrent of divine judgment. Enoch's life was not merely a blip in time. It was woven into the very fabric of creation. His name was a thread of destiny, connecting the past with the future, binding generations in a sacred promise. Within the Hebrew language, names are not mere labels. They are imbued with significance and purpose. To understand Enoch's name is to grasp the essence of his journey. Enoch, one who walked with God, was not simply marked by his earthly existence. He was a symbol of dedication to a higher calling. In a world filled with noise, his name resonated with clarity. It was a sound that conveyed hope, a whisper of the divine that lingered in the hearts of those who longed for connection. But Enoch's dedication was not without its trials. The world around him was filled with corruption and wickedness, the echoes of sin reverberating through the hearts of men. The stark contrast between Enoch's life and the lives of his contemporaries created a tension that was palpable, a struggle between faith and despair. The deeper meaning of his name became even more poignant against this backdrop. To be dedicated in such a time was to swim against the current, to stand firm in the face of overwhelming darkness. The stories told around fires in the quiet of the night often spoke of Enoch's unique relationship with the divine. He was said to have conversed with angels, to have traversed realms that ordinary men could only dream of. The air thickened with reverence as those tales were spun, and the flames flickered in a dance that mirrored the spirit of Enoch's name. Each word dripped with emotion, fear, awe, and a longing for the connection that Enoch embodied so perfectly. In the sacred texts, his name appears amidst a lineage of giants, connecting the earthly and the heavenly. Enoch walked with God, and in that sacred communion, he transcended the boundaries of mortality. The name itself became a bridge to the divine, a reminder that dedication can elevate the soul beyond the limitations of the flesh. It was a name that promised transcendence, igniting a yearning in the hearts of all who heard it. As Enoch walked through the valley of shadows, he wore his name like armor against the tides of despair, a testament to the power of faith. As whispers of Enoch's legacy spread, so did the understanding of what it meant to be dedicated. It was an invitation to rise above, to embrace a path less traveled. Those who spoke his name felt a spark within, a flickering flame that beckoned them to pursue their own journeys of faith and commitment. Enoch's name was not just his own. It became a call to action for generations, a legacy that would inspire the faithful to seek the divine in their lives. The stories of Enoch did not cease with his earthly departure. The heavens opened to receive a soul so dedicated, so pure, that even death could not contain him. The mystery of his ascension became a beacon of hope, a promise that faith and dedication could lead to unimaginable rewards. Enoch's name, with its profound meaning, rippled through time, echoing in the hearts of those who sought truth and purpose. It became a reminder that even in the darkest hours, the light of dedication could illuminate the path forward. As the night deepened, the stars twinkled above, each one a testament to the lives lived in dedication and faith. Enoch became not only a name but a symbol, a thread that wove together the tapestry of humanity's quest for connection with the divine. The stories, the meaning, the echoes of his name continued to resonate, pulling at the heartstrings of those who longed for a deeper understanding of their own journeys. And as the flames flickered and the stories flowed, the power of Enoch's name loomed ever larger, a promise that echoed through the ages, forever entwined with the human spirit's desire for connection and significance. In the shadows of ancient mountains, where the sky turned a deep indigo at nightfall, a whisper carried through the air, mingling with the scent of wild herbs and the coolness of approaching dusk. It was a tale of a man who defied the boundaries of earthly existence, a man named Enoch. As the stars began to shimmer like scattered diamonds above, the echoes of transformation beckoned, promising something extraordinary just beyond the horizon. Enoch was not an ordinary figure. He walked among mortals but was touched by the divine. His life was a blend of the mundane and the miraculous, a tapestry woven with threads of faith that pulsed with an energy all its own. In the ancient texts, there were murmurs of his journeys, each step a ripple in the fabric of time, each word a bridge between the earthly realm and something far greater. He had seen visions that danced before his eyes, visions of heaven, filled with light and wonder, where angels flitted like flames, their joy echoing in the very air he breathed. The night of Enoch's Assumption was a swirling tempest of celestial energy. It was said that he stood upon a hill, the atmosphere thick with anticipation, as the earth beneath his feet trembled in response to the call of the heavens. The air crackled, charged with an electrifying force, as if the universe itself held its breath. Enoch raised his arms to the sky, a silhouette against the darkening horizon, and in that moment, time paused. The stars seemed to shimmer brighter, as if acknowledging the greatness of a man prepared to transcend his earthly bonds. With each heartbeat, Enoch felt the pull of transformation envelop him, drawing him closer to the divine light that beckoned from above. It was a feeling both exhilarating and terrifying, the kind that sends shivers racing down the spine, a profound understanding that he was on the cusp of becoming something beyond human. The shadows of doubt vanished, replaced by the luminous glow of divine purpose. He had been chosen. As the ground quaked beneath him, the air rippled with a palpable energy. A whirlwind of light descended from the heavens, swirling around him like a tempest of grace and power. Enoch's heart raced as he felt himself lifted, not just in body but in spirit, as if his very essence were unshackled from the chains of mortality. His earthly form began to dissolve, merging with the brilliance of the light that enveloped him. In that breathtaking moment, he understood the true meaning of ascension, the liberation of the soul from the confines of the physical world. The people below watched in awe, their hearts pounding in synchrony with the rhythms of the cosmos. Some fell to their knees, overcome with fear, while others lifted their faces to the sky, tears streaming down their cheeks as they witnessed a moment that would be etched into their souls forever. Enoch was transformed, his figure becoming a radiant beacon, a symbol of hope for those who had lost their way. He was no longer just a man. He was a harbinger of the divine, an embodiment of the possibility that lay in the embrace of faith and the longing for something greater. As the light enveloped Enoch, the boundaries of time and space blurred, and the people below felt a shift in the very fabric of their reality. He was no longer a mere mortal. He had become a bridge between heaven and earth, a testament to the transformative power of belief. The stories would speak of this night for generations, of a man who ascended to the heavens, of a soul that soared beyond the limitations of flesh and bone. In the moments that followed, Enoch found himself in a realm of unimaginable beauty, where the air hummed with the melody of creation and every color danced with life. Here, the themes of ascension and transformation flourished. He was no longer bound by the weight of his past. He was reborn, his essence radiating with the brilliance of the stars. The voice of the divine echoed in his heart, whispering secrets of the universe, revealing the interconnectedness of all things. Enoch felt a profound sense of belonging, as if every atom of his being had aligned with the cosmic dance of existence. Visions of his earthly life flashed before him, a tapestry of moments woven with love, pain, joy, and sorrow. He saw the faces of those he had touched, the lives he had changed, and he understood that his journey was not just about his own ascension but about the legacy he would leave behind. The power of transformation rippled through him, and he grasped the eternal truth. Each soul has the potential to rise, to break free from the constraints of the physical world and embrace the light within. But the journey was not over. Enoch could feel a pull, a magnetic force drawing him toward the heart of the divine. It was as if the universe itself was calling him to deeper understanding, to uncover mysteries hidden in the shadows. The more he embraced this new reality, the more he felt the weight of his mission. He could hear the whispers of those he had left behind, their hopes and fears reaching out to him, urging him to carry their stories to the heavens. As he floated in this ethereal space, a myriad of visions unfolded before him. He saw the struggles of humanity, the battles fought in the name of love, and the relentless quest for truth. Each vision ignited a fire in his soul, a determination to be a beacon of light for those still navigating the darkness. Enoch realized that his transformation was not solely for his own sake. It was a call to action, a challenge to inspire others to seek their own ascension. The possibilities spread out before him like a vast ocean, each wave a potential path to explore. In that moment of clarity, Enoch understood that ascension was not a single event but a journey, a continuous cycle of growth and transformation. He had transcended his earthly limitations, but the lessons learned and the love shared on the ground would guide him in this new existence. He was both a witness and a participant in the eternal dance of creation, and he would carry the essence of humanity with him as he soared through the heavens. And as the light pulsed around him, Enoch felt a surge of energy, a call to step forward, to embrace the next phase of his existence. The stars above shimmered in response, echoing the truth that every soul has the potential for transformation, that every heart can ascend, reaching for the infinite. In that moment, Enoch took a breath, though he no longer needed to breathe in the way he once had, and stepped boldly into the unknown, ready to fulfill his purpose in the cosmos. The dance of ascension awaited him, a symphony of transformation, and the world he left behind held its breath, waiting for his next move. In a world where shadows danced between the flickering flames of evening fires, the air crackled with anticipation. Beneath the vast expanse of the night sky, a man named Methuselah stood as a sentinel of time. His face, etched with lines that told tales of countless years, bore witness to the weight of an incredible legacy. He was no ordinary figure. Methuselah was the son of Enoch, a man who walked so closely with God that he vanished from the earth, leaving nothing but whispers and unanswered questions. As Methuselah gazed into the horizon, a heavy heart burdened him. The world around him was changing, twisting into something dark and foreboding. The laughter of children, echoing through the valleys, now felt like a distant memory, drowned out by the cold winds of despair that swept through the land. Methuselah was aware that he carried within him the last link to a time when faith thrived and hope reigned supreme. His father's legacy was a beacon, yet the storm clouds gathering on the horizon threatened to extinguish that light. Methuselah's mind often wandered to his family. His sons, Lamech and others, who looked up to him not just as their father but as a figure of wisdom and strength. The bond between them was forged in both love and the weight of expectation. Lamech, with eyes bright and filled with dreams, sought to carve his own path. Methuselah admired his son's spirit, yet a shroud of worry hung over him. Would Lamech understand the importance of their lineage? Would he grasp the significance of the message of righteousness that had flowed through their veins for generations? In the quietude of evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Methuselah gathered his family. The flickering light from their modest fire danced upon their faces, illuminating the mix of hope and trepidation. He spoke softly, his voice a soothing balm against the rising tide of uncertainty. "We are a family bound by a promise, a covenant that spans ages. I urge you to remember who you are and where you come from. The world may change, but our faith must remain steadfast." His words hung in the air, a reminder that their names would echo through time, a lineage that connected them to Enoch, a man whose very existence had challenged the boundaries of mortality. As Methuselah shared stories of his father's extraordinary journey, a sense of urgency enveloped him. He could feel the weight of destiny resting upon their shoulders. He remembered how Enoch had walked with God and how that connection had transformed him into something far greater than a mere mortal. Yet the night brought more than warmth and tales. A chill descended upon the gathered family as an uninvited tension crept in. The air felt heavy, filled with unspoken fears and lingering doubts. Methuselah, sensing a shift, turned his gaze into the distance, where shadows lurked, hinting at the turmoil that would soon challenge everything they held dear. The world outside was not as it seemed. Whispers of doom echoed through the valleys, tales of wickedness and corruption that threatened to engulf humanity. Lamech's voice broke the silence, filled with youthful defiance. "Father, we cannot hide from what is to come. We are the heirs of Enoch. We must stand and fight for what is right." His young heart beat fiercely with the fire of righteousness, yet Methuselah's heart tightened. How could he explain the gravity of the task ahead? The floodwaters of despair were rising, and he feared that even the strongest among them might falter in the face of such overwhelming darkness. In that moment of vulnerability, Methuselah felt a stirring within him, a calling that echoed back to the days of his father. He thought of the visions and the revelations that had come to Enoch, whispers from the divine that promised a new beginning even amid the chaos. Methuselah clung to that hope, even as uncertainty loomed like a storm cloud above them. As the fire crackled, illuminating the faces of those he loved, Methuselah took a deep breath. "We must prepare, my family. The world outside is perilous, but we are not alone. We carry within us the spirit of our Father, a spirit that cannot be extinguished." His voice gained strength, inspired by the very essence of his lineage. "We will be the living legacy of Enoch. We will bear witness to the truth, even as the darkness threatens to consume us." Lamech nodded, determination shining in his youthful eyes, while the others exchanged glances filled with both fear and resolve. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but united as a family, they could weather the storm. As night deepened and stars twinkled overhead, Methuselah felt a surge of hope. The sacred bond of their lineage pulsed like a heartbeat, a reminder that they were part of something greater, a story penned across the ages. Yet, as Methuselah embraced this hope, an ominous shadow loomed closer, gripping the very air around them. The echo of footsteps, the sound of something ancient and powerful, filled the silence, a reminder that the fate of humanity rested on their shoulders. Would they rise to the challenge, or would the darkness swallow them whole? The tension hung thick, and as the night wore on, the whispers of destiny wove tighter into the fabric of their story, leaving them all teetering on the edge of the unknown, where every heartbeat could be the last before everything changed forever. In a dimly lit room, surrounded by the scent of old parchment and the flicker of candle flames, a scholar hunched over a weathered manuscript, the air thick with anticipation. The symbols danced on the page, curved lines and angular shapes that seemed to whisper secrets of the universe. These were not mere letters. They were the Enochian language, an enigmatic tongue that had captivated minds and hearts for centuries. As the scholar traced the intricate characters with trembling fingers, a chill ran down their spine, and a voice, echoing through the ages, seemed to murmur, "Unlock the mysteries of existence." The story of Enochian begins with John Dee, a 16th-century mathematician, astronomer, and alchemist whose insatiable thirst for knowledge led him down a path few dared to tread. Dee believed he could communicate with angels, claiming that their celestial wisdom would guide humanity toward enlightenment. With the help of his scryer, Edward Kelly, they embarked on a series of sessions where they claimed to receive messages from divine beings. As the candlelight flickered, Kelly's trance-like state gave birth to a language that would spark intrigue, fear, and fascination. The Enochian language. As Dee scribbled furiously, the angels dictated a celestial lexicon, filled with words that rang like chimes of a distant bell. Each letter brought with it an air of mystery, a promise of hidden truths waiting to be unveiled. How could a language, crafted in a fevered state of divine inspiration, hold such power? The characters, designed with a geometric precision, seemed to vibrate with energy. To many, they were symbols of knowledge lost to time, echoing the ancient tales of Enoch, who, in the Book of Enoch, walked with God and transcended the earthly realm. The Enochian system, a rich tapestry woven with the threads of magic and science, suggested that language could connect to the very fabric of reality. The letters represented not just sounds, but forces that could manipulate the world. The scholar felt the weight of this revelation, a sense of urgency coursing through their veins. What if these symbols could indeed unlock doors to realms unseen? Could they summon celestial beings or alter the course of destiny? The thrill of possibility sent shivers down their spine. Rumors spread like wildfire among mystics and scholars alike, igniting debates that spanned continents and centuries. Was Enochian a divine gift, or merely the product of two men's imagination? Some claimed it was a forgotten language, spoken by angels long before humanity existed, while others dismissed it as a mere curiosity, a complex code with no actual power. The battle between belief and skepticism raged on, with each side clinging fiercely to their convictions. As the candle flickered, the scholar turned the pages of Dee's journals, where cryptic notes revealed a world of magic and mystery. Each passage whispered of rituals meant to harness the language's power, invoking names of angels like Anael and Michael, their essence woven into the very fabric of the words. The scholar could feel the air thicken, a palpable energy surrounding the phrases. What if, just by speaking these syllables, one could conjure the presence of the divine? A sense of dread intertwined with exhilaration filled the room, igniting the imagination with visions of both wonder and peril. In the shadows of history, many have claimed to harness the Enochian language for their own ends. The Golden Dawn, a secret society formed in the late 19th century, eagerly adopted Dee's revelations, believing they could access otherworldly wisdom. They crafted elaborate rituals, enshrining the language within their sacred texts, leading to whispers of power that bordered on the divine. The scholar pondered the implications. Would such knowledge lead to enlightenment or madness? The weight of the words pressed heavily on their conscience, as each syllable felt like a key, unlocking doors best left closed. Across the ages, countless individuals have sought to interpret Enochian, weaving theories that twist and turn like a labyrinth. Some believed it to be a blueprint for the universe, each letter a reflection of the cosmos. Others claimed it was a means of communicating with entities beyond comprehension, beings whose very existence defied human understanding. As the scholar delved deeper, the air crackled with tension. The line between reality and fantasy blurred, each word dripping with potential. Yet, amidst the allure, there lingered a dark side, a shadow that loomed over the Enochian language. Some practitioners, in their fervor, turned to darker paths, attempting to summon forces they could not control. Tales of madness and despair accompanied these endeavors, casting a pall over the sacred words. As the scholar pondered the duality of the language, they felt a shiver of foreboding, an awareness that some truths may be too powerful for mere mortals to grasp. In secret societies, the Enochian language became a symbol of status and power, whispered about in hushed tones. Individuals who mastered its intricacies held sway over those who remained ignorant, playing God in a game of cosmic proportions. The scholar's heart raced as they considered the implications of this knowledge in the wrong hands. Was it a gift from the heavens or a curse waiting to be unleashed? As the candle flickered low, the scholar's resolve strengthened. They resolved to sift through the mysteries that hung like mist in the air, to separate fact from fiction, and to brave the depths of the enigmatic language. Each turn of the page revealed more questions than answers. Unyielding, the scholars of the past beckoned them forward, urging them to continue the search. The Enochian language, with all its power and peril, remained an irresistible enigma, a siren song that called to those who dared to listen. The flickering flame illuminated a path, a promise that the story was far from over, and the real adventure lay just beyond the next unturned page. In a time long before the world was dotted with skyscrapers and buzzing cities, there was a whisper in the winds, an echo in the mountains, and a flicker in the stars. It was the voice of Enoch, a figure draped in mystery, who walked among the shadows of the ancients. He was a man who dared to gaze upon the heavens, and in his search for truth, he became a bridge between the divine and the earthly. The legends spoke of him as a scribe, a prophet, and perhaps even something more, an intermediary to the cosmic order itself. Enoch's teachings were like fragrant blooms amidst the barren landscapes of ignorance, vibrant with the colors of knowledge that could illuminate the darkest corners of the human soul. The universe, he revealed, was not a chaotic expanse but a symphony, a grand orchestration of forces and energies working in harmony. Each star, every planet, and the very air we breathe were notes in this celestial melody, composed by the Creator. He spoke of the firmament, describing it as a canvas where the stars were painted by hands unseen. Each twinkling light held a story, a purpose, a role in the vast play of existence. Enoch explained how the heavens were not simply a backdrop but an active participant in the life of creation, engaged in a dance with the earth. The moon pulled at the tides of the oceans, guiding the rhythms of life. The sun brought warmth and illumination, nurturing the growth of all things. It was all interconnected, a web of life pulsating with energy and intention. As Enoch walked among the people, his voice resonated with power, vibrating in the hearts of those who listened. He told them of the angels, those magnificent beings who served not only as messengers but as guardians of the cosmic order. They were the keepers of wisdom, watching over humanity, guiding them toward enlightenment. The audience felt a chill of excitement as he spoke of the watchers, those who fell from grace, drawn into the shadows of their own ambition and desire. Their stories became cautionary tales, warning against the perils of straying from the path of righteousness. But Enoch did not merely speak of the heavens. He brought the heavens down to earth. He painted images of creation so vivid that the listeners could almost feel the earth tremble beneath their feet. He described how, in the beginning, there was only the void, a vast emptiness filled with potential. Then came the word, a powerful utterance that shattered the silence, giving birth to light and life. Mountains erupted, rivers flowed, and the air filled with the vibrant sounds of creatures awakening for the first time. Every detail captured the imagination, making the ancient tales come alive. Enoch spoke of the trees that reached for the sky, their roots gripping the earth, intertwined with the very essence of life. The animals, too, played their part, each a note in the symphony, running, soaring, crawling, and swimming, all with a purpose in the grand design. As he recounted the creation of humanity, a hush fell over the crowd. Enoch told of how mankind was formed from the dust of the earth, and the breath of the Creator ignited the spark of life within. The listeners felt a surge of connection, realizing they were part of something far greater than themselves. They were woven into the very fabric of the cosmos, a living testament to the Creator's design. Yet, amid this beauty, there was a solemnity that hung in the air. Enoch's eyes, filled with the weight of truth, conveyed the fragility of this existence. The cosmic order was not merely a gift, it was a responsibility. Humanity's choices could ripple through the fabric of creation, either nurturing it or tearing it apart. The tension in the air grew thicker, as Enoch warned of the consequences of straying from the path, of ignoring the signs written in the stars. The ground beneath their feet seemed to quake as he spoke of the impending judgment, not in a spirit of fear, but as a call to awakening. He urged them to look to the heavens and align their lives with the cosmic order that governed all existence. His words held power, resonating through the generations, urging them to listen, to pay attention. And then, as if drawn by an unseen force, Enoch turned his gaze upward, pointing toward the sky, where the stars twinkled brightly against the dark canvas. His heart swelled with emotion, and he proclaimed that the cosmic order was not just a distant reality, but a living tapestry woven through the lives of every person standing before him. The stars were not simply lights. They were destinies waiting to unfold, stories yearning to be told. In that moment, a spark ignited in the hearts of the crowd. They felt a sense of awakening, a fire kindling within them. Each one imagined their place among the stars, their individual paths intertwined with the greater whole. Hope surged through them, a palpable energy that electrified the air. They were not alone. They were part of a grand narrative, a story that transcended time and space. As Enoch continued to speak, the tension heightened. The boundaries of their understanding began to blur, as the cosmic order unraveled its depth before their very eyes. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden light, and with each word, Enoch breathed life into his audience. They hung on his every utterance, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of worlds beyond their own. The night enveloped them, but it was not darkness that descended. It was a sense of unity, of connection to something divine and eternal. As Enoch's voice rose and fell like the tides, the people felt themselves drawn closer together, bound by the shared understanding of their role within the cosmic design. They were the children of the stars, and the universe was their home, a boundless expanse filled with possibilities. The finale of Enoch's teachings lingered in the air, palpable and electric, leaving them on the precipice of awakening, eyes wide, hearts racing. And just as the last echoes of his voice faded into the night, the mystery of creation loomed larger than life, shimmering with promise. The stars twinkled knowingly, as if beckoning them to step forward into the next chapter of their existence, ready to embrace the cosmic dance that awaited. Under the ancient, whispering shadows of forgotten mountains, the story of Enoch unfolded, a tale that had slipped through the cracks of time, only to resurface in the minds of scholars and dreamers alike. In the dim light of a study, a scholar pored over crumbling texts, their fingers brushing against the rough edges of parchment. The air was thick with anticipation, a sense that something monumental lay just beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. Enoch, the scribe of the heavens, the man who walked with God, was more than a mere figure in history. He was a beacon for the curious and the faithful, a connection to the divine. As the scholar turned the pages, the words danced with a life of their own. They spoke of celestial journeys and dark omens, of angels and the mysteries of creation. Enoch was not just a biblical character. In the eyes of contemporary scholars, he had transformed into an enigma, representing the very intersection of faith and reason, myth and reality. Some sought him as a prophet, while others viewed him as a literary creation, a reflection of the human quest for understanding the cosmos. Tension crackled in the air, as if the dusty tomes and faded scrolls held their breath, waiting for a revelation. The scholar's heart raced at the thought of Enoch's significance. He was a linchpin in the wheel of theology, ethics, and history. The Book of Enoch, attributed to him, was not part of the traditional biblical canon, yet its allure was undeniable. Outside the confines of church doctrine, it echoed through academic halls, causing ripples of debate and intrigue. In one corner of the scholarly community, there were those who argued that Enoch's writings offered profound insights into early Jewish mysticism. They pointed to the vivid descriptions of heavenly journeys, the vivid imagery that seemed to reach across time. It was a world where the lines between the earthly and the divine blurred, where the celestial body of Enoch soared through the realms of angelic beings and divine councils. The very thought sent shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to believe that there was more than what met the eye. But not everyone welcomed Enoch with open arms. Critics scoffed at the notion of his prophetic visions, labeling them as fanciful tales spun by wandering minds. They argued that the Book of Enoch did nothing but confuse the faithful, adding layers of complexity to an already intricate theology. Yet, debate only fanned the flames of curiosity. Were these ancient texts mere fabrications, or did they carry within them kernels of truth, sacred wisdom whispered through the ages? The scholar knew that Enoch was central to understanding humanity's relationship with the divine. His name echoed through the ages, finding resonance in various cultures and religions. The murmurs of Enoch resonated across the sands of time, casting shadows on even the most distant corners of the globe. In the Islamic tradition, he was revered as Idris, a prophet who embodied righteousness and wisdom. The threads of Enoch's life were woven into a larger tapestry, connecting the faithful across different beliefs, igniting a fire of unity in diversity. As the scholar delved deeper, they uncovered fables of Enoch's ascension, his transformation from mere man to celestial being. The narrative was laden with emotion, a bittersweet journey of separation and transcendence. Enoch was a symbol of humanity's yearning for the divine, an embodiment of hope, urging the faithful to aspire to something greater. The tales told of his conversations with angels, of secrets whispered in the twilight, stirring the hearts of those who believed that they too could touch the divine. In the shadows of academia, scholars scrutinized Enoch's significance in the context of apocalyptic literature. They argued that he was a precursor to later prophetic voices, a harbinger of a message that would ripple through time. The imagery of judgment and the promise of redemption in his writings ignited fierce discussions. Was Enoch merely reflecting a moment in history, or was he a prophet of things yet to come? The question loomed large, lingering in the minds of those who dared to ponder the weight of prophecy. The tension in the room heightened as the scholar began to connect the dots, weaving together the tapestry of Enoch's legacy. Each thread represented a voice, some echoing faith, others skepticism, yet all converging on that one figure who defied time. The back and forth of interpretations ignited a spark of passion within the scholarly community, each voice adding to the cacophony of thought. The pages fluttered like restless spirits, whispering the secrets of Enoch's profound impact on theological development. Yet, in the hush of the library, there was a sense of unease. The weight of Enoch's legacy pressed heavily on the shoulders of those who sought to understand him. The ancient texts revealed not just the divine but the darker aspects of human nature, the temptation, the fall, and the quest for redemption. Enoch's world mirrored their own, a reflection of struggles and aspirations, captivating hearts with its raw honesty. In every mention of his name, the echoes of longing resonated, bringing forth the human desire to connect with something beyond the mundane. As night fell, casting shadows across the pages, the scholar felt a pulse of urgency. Enoch was not just a figure of the past. He was a mirror for the present. The quest for understanding his significance sparked emotions that surged like a tidal wave. The pages held the laughter of angels and the cries of despair, the promise of hope and the reality of judgment. The story of Enoch was a reminder that humanity was forever entwined in its search for the divine, a journey that spanned generations and transcended cultures. With each revelation, the scholar's heart raced, anticipating the next twist in the narrative, the next revelation that would unfold from the pages of history. The air crackled with energy, as if Enoch himself had stepped from the shadows to guide their understanding. The lines of faith and inquiry blurred, intertwining in a dance as old as time, leaving behind a trail of goosebumps, a visceral reminder that the past was never truly gone. As the scholar turned yet another page, the thrill of discovery loomed ahead, beckoning with the promise of deeper understanding. Enoch's tale was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a new chapter, one that would transcend the boundaries of time and space. Beneath the ancient shadows of forgotten texts and relics, an urgent whisper echoes, as if Enoch himself were calling from the distant past, his words heavy with the weight of celestial knowledge and human curiosity. The allure of Enoch's studies, once a niche endeavor, is now stirring with unprecedented vigor, drawing scholars, theologians, and curious minds alike into a vortex of debate and discovery. The very fabric of understanding what it means to bridge the earthly with the divine is at stake, and the stakes have never felt so personal, so immediate. As the sun sets over the dusty archives, an avalanche of questions rises. What if Enoch's visions of the heavens contain messages for our modern world? Grappling with chaos and uncertainty, scholars pore over intricate manuscripts, their pages yellowed and fragile, each line pulsating with secrets waiting to be unveiled. There is something hauntingly beautiful about these texts, an invitation to transcend time and tap into wisdom that has lingered unspoken for centuries. In the hushed corners of libraries, heated debates unfold. Some argue for a return to traditional interpretations, clinging to the historical context in which Enoch was penned, while others challenge these views, insisting that Enoch's messages hold relevance that transcends time and speaks to the challenges of today's society. The tension in the air is palpable. Every scholar present feels as though they hold a piece of a celestial puzzle that, when assembled, could ignite a renaissance of spiritual understanding. Yet beneath these academic battles lies an undercurrent of deeper emotions. A young researcher, driven by a personal loss, believes Enoch's words contain hints on how to connect with those who have departed this world. In her quiet moments, she finds herself gazing at the stars, longing for guidance from the one who walked with God. This is not just scholarship for her. It is a lifeline, a desperate grasp at hope in the face of the incomprehensible. Her eyes light up with a fire as she engages with her peers, igniting their imaginations while pulling them into the emotional core of her quest. Across the ocean, in seminar halls, another faction rises, empowered by the age of technology. They wield data analytics and artificial intelligence, seeking to decode the layers of Enochic literature in ways never before possible. With each click of the keyboard, they believe they are unearthing hidden truths buried beneath centuries of interpretation. The exhilarating rush of discovery fuels their debates, a modern reimagining of ancient wisdom. But can algorithms truly capture the soul of Enoch's messages? This question hangs heavy in the air, a tantalizing hint of the collision between tradition and innovation. As evenings slip into night, candlelight flickers on the pages of the Book of Enoch, illuminating passages that speak of fallen angels, divine revelations, and the fate of humanity. The narratives pulse like a heartbeat, weaving stories that challenge the very fabric of faith and reason. Scholars argue over the authenticity of these texts, each passionately defending their stance, voices rising, hearts racing. Some hold to a historical critical approach, while others lean toward a more mystical interpretation, believing that Enoch's visions offer not just history but a prophecy, a warning or a guide for what lies ahead. Throughout these discussions, an unquenchable thirst for understanding spills over, as if the collective voices are calling for a reckoning. Can Enoch's teachings pave the way for moral clarity in a society fragmented by division and despair? The idea sends shivers down the spine, igniting a fierce longing for unity. The urgency of the moment propels them forward, a palpable tension that feels as if it might burst forth into something transformative. In the realm of Enoch studies, a new generation bursts onto the scene. These fearless thinkers, who grew up amidst digital revolutions and rapid change, challenge the status quo, demanding that Enoch be considered not merely as an ancient text but as a living, breathing conversation that echoes through time. They bring fresh perspectives, blending ancient wisdom with contemporary challenges. Discussions around social justice, environmental stewardship, and personal spirituality intertwine with Enoch's messages, creating a tapestry rich with urgency and relevance. As a late-night seminar unfolds, an impassioned voice rises above the rest, a call to action that resonates like a clarion bell. "What if we are the modern-day watchers?" he implores, eyes wide with fervor. "What if Enoch's warnings are not about the past but a blueprint for our future?" The room stills, hearts race, and a collective realization washes over them. This is no longer just a study of ancient writings. It is a rallying cry. They wrestle with the weight of their insights, grasping for words that could forge a new path forward, one that embraces both the spirit of Enoch and the realities of the present. The echoes of these debates linger in the air, charged with possibility and uncertainty. What new directions might Enoch studies take as the lines blur between academia and spirituality, between past and future? The unfolding narrative is not just about scholarship. It's about the human experience, raw and real, a quest for meaning in a world that often feels lost. And just as the tension reaches a fever pitch, an unexpected voice emerges from the shadows, a voice that will challenge everything they think they know. A figure steps forward, shrouded in mystery yet emanating an aura of profound knowledge. All eyes turn toward this enigmatic presence, hearts pounding in anticipation of revelations that could shift the very foundations of their discourse. As the night deepens and the candles flicker their last, a sense of something monumental hangs in the balance, waiting to be unveiled. The questions linger, unresolved yet electrifying. What awaits in the uncharted territories of Enoch studies? What new truths will emerge from the fervent debates and passionate discussions that promise to change the course of understanding forever? The future is a vast expanse, full of promise and peril, and they stand at its threshold, a collective breath held tight, waiting for the next revelation to unfold. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow on the worn pages of an ancient manuscript, the words whispering secrets of an age long past. Enoch, a figure shrouded in mystery, loomed larger than life, a bridge between the earthly realm and the divine. His legacy pulsed through the centuries, igniting hearts and minds, stirring souls with tales of ascension and revelation. The stories of Enoch, one of the few to walk with God, resonate through the corridors of time, echoing in the chambers of spiritual practices across the globe. In the early days, when the world was still fresh with the breath of creation, humanity was hungry for connection. Enoch, a humble man of faith, held the key. He walked among the people, his footsteps leaving imprints of wisdom and light. It is said that he was taken up into the heavens, transformed and transfigured, becoming a celestial guide. This remarkable ascent sparked a fire in the hearts of seekers who yearned for a glimpse into the divine. Centuries passed, yet Enoch's influence did not wane. In the shadows of the ancient world, mystics and scholars turned to his teachings, weaving them into the fabric of their spiritual practices. The Kabbalists, with their intricate systems of thought, found in Enoch a source of inspiration. His visions of the divine architecture of the universe shaped the way they viewed the world, revealing the intricate balance between the seen and unseen. Rituals infused with Enoch's wisdom became pathways to understanding the mysteries of existence. In a quiet corner of history, the early Christian communities embraced the Book of Enoch, even as it stood at odds with the canonized texts. The vivid imagery of heavenly angels and divine mysteries captivated them, igniting a fervor that transcended mere belief. Enoch's tales of judgment and redemption spurred deep reflections on morality and the nature of God. Even as the early church sought to distance itself from these tales, Enoch's spirit lingered, a phantom presence guiding the faithful through realms of contemplation and prayer. As time marched on, the Renaissance brought a revival of knowledge and inquiry. Artists and thinkers, fueled by a desire to reconnect with the divine, turned to Enoch's narratives. His visions inspired works of art that transcended time, echoing the struggle between the earthly and the ethereal. Paintings captured the ascendant figure of Enoch, ascending into the heavens, while philosophers pondered his insights, searching for truth in an ever-changing world. The whispers of his influence threaded through the fabric of spirituality, igniting fires of creativity and contemplation. In the 19th century, the world was on the brink of transformation. Spiritualism emerged, a movement that sparked curiosity and wonder. Enoch's legacy found new life among those who sought to commune with the spirit world. Seances whispered his name, invoking his presence as a guide between the realms. The veil between the living and the deceased seemed thinner, and Enoch's role as a mediator became a beacon of hope. In dimly lit rooms, hearts raced as they sought contact with the beyond, Enoch standing as a symbol of the potential for divine connection. Across cultures, Enoch's influence danced like shadows in the twilight. In the indigenous spiritual practices of the Americas, echoes of his ascent resonated through tribal rituals and stories. Elders spoke of a man who walked with the Creator, a figure whose teachings could heal and inspire. The cosmic dance of existence found its rhythm in Enoch's teachings, transcending borders, uniting seekers in their quest for understanding. As the world turned, the 20th century ushered in an era of modern spirituality, where mysticism and science intertwined. The New Age movement blossomed, and Enoch's name floated on the lips of those searching for meaning in a chaotic world. Crystals were charged with his energy, meditations whispered his visions, and seekers believed that his spirit guided them toward enlightenment. In this vibrant tapestry of belief, Enoch became a symbol of hope, a reminder that the divine was always within reach. But even beyond the confines of tradition, Enoch's essence continued to inspire. In the realm of popular culture, films and literature drew upon his mystique. Characters echoed his journey, embodying the quest for understanding beyond the physical realm. From the pages of novels to the silver screen, Enoch's influence seeped into the consciousness of a generation, reminding them that the search for truth is a timeless endeavor. In every corner of the globe, new spiritual practices emerged, each carrying a piece of Enoch's legacy. Meditation circles attracted seekers who wanted to connect with the divine, using Enoch's narrative as a guiding light. Healing practices invoked his spirit, channeling his energy to aid those in need. Workshops flourished, where individuals sought to find their true selves, drawing inspiration from Enoch's journey and the promise of transformation. As dusk settled over the world, the influence of Enoch shimmered like starlight in the vast expanse of human experience. In quiet moments, those seeking solace felt his presence, a gentle reminder that they, too, could transcend the ordinary. In meditation, they reached for the heavens, hoping to touch the divine as Enoch once did. Their breath quickened in anticipation, hearts pounding in the stillness as they dared to step beyond the veil. And there, in the silence, the echoes of Enoch's enduring influence reverberated, a timeless call to those who dared to listen. The journey was never-ending, as seekers continued to find meaning and connection, threading their stories into the great narrative of existence. With each pulse of the universe, Enoch's spirit soared, forever entwined with the fabric of spirituality, urging humanity forward into the unknown, into the next chapter waiting to unfold. It was twilight, the golden haze of the setting sun casting long shadows over a dusty, ancient scroll that lay unrolled on a weathered table. The air was thick, almost electric, as if it held a secret waiting to be uncovered. The scroll whispered of Enoch, a figure both revered and enigmatic, whose story lingered in the corners of sacred texts and the minds of those who sought meaning in their lives. Enoch was a man who walked with God, a title few could claim, yet it was the lessons embedded within his narrative that offered a hauntingly powerful echo to the struggles of modern souls. His life began in the cradle of ancient wisdom, where traditions ran deep like rivers through a parched land. Enoch was not just a man. He was a bridge between the earthly and the divine. He walked among his people, a humble figure who knew the weight of their burdens. In a world rife with chaos and uncertainty, Enoch stood as a beacon of hope. He faced the same doubts, the same fears that plague humanity today. The echoes of his struggles reverberated through the ages, loss, temptation, and the relentless quest for truth. Yet what set Enoch apart was his unyielding commitment to a higher calling. He sought knowledge not for power, but for understanding, a lesson that rings true in today's ethical dilemmas. In a time when integrity seems to drift away like sand through fingers, his story compels one to pause and reflect. He questioned the norms, challenging the status quo while clinging to the divine guidance that illuminated his path. It was in those moments of doubt that Enoch's faith shone its brightest, revealing a stark truth. Faith is not the absence of struggle, but rather the resilience to rise again. As the narrative of Enoch unfolded, it was marked by extraordinary encounters. His conversations with angels, those luminous beings filled with wisdom and wrath, revealed truths that pierced the hearts of men. These celestial dialogues hinted at the complexities of human morality, exposing the frailty of human choices. They asked him difficult questions. How do you define righteousness in a world that often seems unjust? What does it mean to love in a society that thrives on division? The weight of these inquiries pressed down on Enoch, and they continue to press upon the modern mind. In one poignant moment, Enoch stood at the edge of a great chasm, a metaphorical divide between humanity and the divine. The ground trembled beneath him, echoing the tremors of every decision ever made. He could feel the pull of the abyss, the seductive call of indifference and ignorance. But in that moment of peril, Enoch chose to extend his hand towards the light. His heart raced as he grasped the understanding that true faith demands action. It requires stepping into the unknown, embracing uncertainty for the sake of a greater good. Today, echoes of Enoch resonate in the choices faced by countless individuals. The struggle for ethical clarity in an age of misinformation, the quest for authenticity amidst a sea of facades. These battles reflect the timeless struggle Enoch embodied. His unwavering commitment to truth challenges us to confront our own moral dilemmas, urging us to examine our hearts. Would we stand firm in our beliefs, or would we waver under the pressures of conformity? In another vivid scene, Enoch faced a crisis that would define his legacy. The heavens opened, and a voice, both tender and thunderous, called to him. He listened, heart pounding, drenched in anticipation. The message was clear. The sins of the world were vast, and they weighed heavily upon the shoulders of humanity. Enoch felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility as he beheld visions of a future tainted by corruption and despair. His actions could spark change, but the path was fraught with peril. He saw the faces of countless men and women, their eyes filled with yearning for justice, their hearts aching for hope. In that moment, it became painfully evident that faith is not merely a personal endeavor. It is a collective journey. The lessons of Enoch transcend time, calling upon each generation to rise up and challenge the injustices that permeate society. Every act of kindness, every stand against oppression, is a thread woven into the tapestry of faith that binds us all. The lessons he imparted are not easy. They demand sacrifice and introspection. Enoch understood that to live a life of purpose, one must confront the shadows lurking within. The voices of doubt, fear, and despair can be deafening, yet within that noise lies the potential for growth. Each challenge faced becomes an opportunity to cultivate compassion, understanding, and strength, a lesson that rings louder than ever in the cacophony of today's world. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle like distant fires, Enoch's journey was far from over. The scroll continued to unravel, revealing layers of his legacy that transcended the confines of history. He became a voice not just for the faithful, but for the lost, the weary, and the brokenhearted. His story offered solace and strength, reminding all that even in moments of despair, one could still find a glimmer of hope. His life and teachings, though set in ancient times, hold a mirror to our present struggles. Every decision made in the name of love, every act of courage in the face of adversity, echoes his spirit. The lessons of Enoch ripple through the ages, beckoning humanity to rise and engage with the world around them, not just with their minds, but with their hearts. In this vast tapestry of life, a single thread, woven by Enoch's unwavering faith, invites all to step forward, to challenge the darkness with light, and to embrace the moral complexities of existence. The story of Enoch doesn't end but transitions seamlessly into the lives of all who dare to walk in his footsteps. As the stars shone brightly above, the ancient echoes of Enoch's wisdom lingered on, encouraging a new generation to listen, to learn, and to carry the torch of faith into the night.